dudes got out of a heated chess game. Planning on doing this live a little bit early, about 35 minutes ago. But that's okay. We're all here together now. My name is Chris Palmer with chrispalmer.org, greyhatseo.com. In today's local SEO video, what I'd love to go ahead and share with you are some local SEO tips that have helped a very recent client in the rental space double their traffic, more than double their impressions. Alongside of this particular client in the rental space, he asked me not to. It's in a competitive market. He's in a very competitive city, a competitive niche. He asked me to please, hey, you can go over it. We had exceptional results, but it's competitive. So he's like, his exact words were, don't give away the farm, Chris. But this exact client, I want to say probably 3 months ago when we first took this project on, was terrified of AI, Google AI search. Instead of leveraging it for his advantage or our advantage, he was terrified, but he shifted pricing model. And it was very interesting. No one in his space, this was genius on his behalf. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe it's a combination of shifting the pricing model within the rental space to a subscription model. Giving access to the entire fleet, shifting to a membership access. Alongside of that, what we're going to go over today all work together to more than double the impressions, double his traffic, increased sales, everything went up. And what we're going to go through today is multiple tips. I'll probably turn this into shorts. I'll chop this up later on. But I really want to share the tips with you that helped this client succeed. I'll share with you some Search Console results. I know this is a stream. I was waiting to make sure it was on. If you're wondering, hey, Chris, just get to the point, man. But I have time. It's the middle of the night. Just got done playing chess. It's like a mental workout, man. I really enjoyed myself. Luckily for me, it was against a 17-year-old and a 7-year-old. So cheers. I walked across the street. I said, I have to go to make this video. But yeah, I'd love to get into it. Let's cover some of the results. All right. It's a stream. So, and it's late at night. So, maybe I won't be as amped as usual, but we'll have a delicious beverage together. Oh, they don't sponsor me, but it's delicious. Watermelon. Ooh, lucky me. But we'll cover this in a minute here. We'll start back over, see if anybody enters. I apologize for my... I'm not tardy. I'm just late. All right. This will be wildly helpful for you. And leveraging AI, I'm not creating fancy titles for YouTube to generate views like this. This isn't, some magical hack and then you watch the video and you're like totally let down. These are actual tactics, not tactics. This is actual strategy that we'll go over, and I'll just break down multiple tips, like 3 or 4 separate tips that were done specifically to get these results. I'll zoom in so we could take a look together. And I'm very confident this is live now. 7, cool. Good. So it's working. It's irrelevant to me how many people. If I could help one person, I would be happy. I'd still be here. So here you go. It only takes one. In any case, hello and good evening. My name is Chris Palmer with chrispalmer.org. And in today's video, I need to share with you multiple local SEO tips that led to this client in the rental space 2 times the impressions, doubled the clicks, doubled traffic. He wishes he doubled sales, but he's on the trajectory. Let's not say any words. See, this is the awesomeness with video. Like usually, like you can chop stuff up. Like usually if this was like a regular edited video, I would try that one a couple times. Trajectory. All right, I won't say that one again. But I'll go through the tips that actually help this client out. As you can see here, this is in the rental space. It's in a very competitive market. There's not seasonality per se. And what we're looking at here, like there is certain times, like in this rental space, there are certain times of the year, but it has nothing to do with the weather. We'll just put it that way. We're talking about rentals in a particular, more than 750,000 people in this area, and it's a rental business. I'm not at liberty to share. I can share anything I want except for the actual site. So there you go. And we'll go over a couple of these results and we'll walk through a lot of the tips. Again, for this particular business here, a portion of it, we got together 90 days ago and we started, I'll walk through the tips that got us here. But also there was a shift in pricing model. So the pricing model change allowed me to be able to change a lot of the site. So that was really helpful. Plus he has 2 in-house people that can deploy changes and scale changes rapidly, right? So it's myself, my team, plus his 2 trusted inside guys, right? Helping him out. It's actually a gentleman and a young lady. And if you're watching this, you'll know I'm talking about you. In any case. So when we take a look here, if you break this down here, I'll zoom in. I'm not sure if you could see this or not, but when we come in, we're doing a compare. This is over the overall of the website, right? So everything together. So when we take a look inside of here, you can see total clicks 4.1 to 531. So we're looking at that 4.1 to 531. So this is when we first got on. Like when April hit, this is where we started. All right. Now, when you take a look here, average click-through rate 1.5. So, and the reason why this is very important is, hey, you guys know I like traffic, right? There's traffic, there's clicks that can be helpful, but not in this scenario. And I thought it would be very good for us to outline the overall average CTR percentage in order to showcase that wasn't the trickery behind this, right? This is a business that's been here for a very long period of time. I wouldn't have worked with him if it wasn't. I like established businesses that I can throw gas on a fire that's already burning, right? He changed his pricing model and we were able to take it from together, not just me, but us together, 414 to 764,000 impressions. And then we've also massively influenced the amount of clicks. All right. And I'll go through the tips. I'll give you even examples out of this space though. But I'll give you the examples of some of the pieces that we did together. All right. And how you can leverage AI by following these tips. But when we take a look at this here, that's a significant amount. He's very, very happy. Average position also skyrocketed up 33.4 to 21.7. And we're adding pages, but also taking away pages that are, I call dead wood. If you have stuff that is diluting the overall website, in the short term, generally, it doesn't affect much. Like if you're doing an audit, you're cleaning up pages that are dead wood. In the short term, you don't notice anything, but what we've noticed, and I'm sure maybe you've even noticed if you've done cleanups before, is if I'm going to have the audacity to say, hey, Google, over here, come over here. Do you want to show them something that over the course of 90 days had nearly zero interaction? Google doesn't value because they're not ranking it. It has no links pointing to it. It gets zero traffic. Do we want to consistently allocate resources towards these pages? Or do we want to point Google to what's already performing, have it perform better, and then add more content? Because we're talking about content marketing. We're doing SEO. There's other portions, but primarily content marketing. Or do we want to do more of what's already working and double down and add to what is already working? That's what we want to do. It's so much easier to add on. All right. I guess that's a helpful tip number 1. Again, we'll break this down. This is a stream, so that the style of teaching is slightly different. Hopefully you like it this way. More casual instead of straight to the point, direct and high energy. All right. Now, when we take a look here, I just wanted to show you the trend. Okay. We're looking at a 90-day window here. As you can see right here, this is straight from Search Console just moments ago. So the trend is up significantly. I mean, a lot. Now we're looking at the top content. So looking across the top content, we're up 69%, impressions 50%. Okay, this is the top content. Now I wanted to point something out here. Here's our overall website. So when we look at April, this was towards the end. Like we've already started working, but this was like the cleanup phase. We were starting to add new content, starting to add replenishments or reworking content. So we're reworking content, doing keyword gap analysis, taking away pages that had zero fruit, no traffic, no interest by Google, but also creating a massive network of location, not pages. And we'll talk about that momentarily, but locations. Okay. And then here, come on over here. I just want to you can take a look here. So on April 28th, you can see like this was just an average day. You can see in here, I went to the beginning, 109 clicks, 7,000 impressions, average position 36. This is the overall website. We're looking at the same 90-day window, but this time I just screwed it over to the end, took a screenshot, 359 clicks. Like look at the massive click difference in a day. And I didn't even take a high jump. I just went to the end. I didn't even go to a huge spike. And then impressions, 15K, 7. So that's a double up, and a double up of clicks makes sense. And then even our average position climbed to the 20s. Brilliance. So one of the pieces I want to point out here is AMP. You know, we found when creating supporting content, this was relatively new. New, but not new, right? When you take a look at this is trending content. So I had to, again, we cleaned out a little bit, but this is supporting content to support the primary services that we provide, rental service. All right. The AMP pages, as far as supporting, I went to top content in this period. This is a 28-day window. When you take a look, when we first got on, we started creating AMP pages because I had earlier success with supporting content on other sites in the law industry. And I realized, hey, when Google started adding, I call them blended SERPs. I'm sure somebody, I just call it how I see it, how I visualize things, and how I understand things, because that's it. That's what it is, right? For me, when I started noticing blended SERPs, a blended SERP meaning that we have transactional, navigational, informational, and high commercial intent-based queries being combined. For instance, like if you're looking for truck accident lawyer, car accident lawyer, medical malpractice, what you'll always see is two different things, right? A lot of times. How much does this cost? And what does this X service do? This is across the board. There's many other variations where there's multiple intents blended together, and you'll start seeing informational, transactional, these SERPs blended, right? I call them blended SERPs. And what you'll also notice, helpful hint for you, as far as AI is concerned, blended SERPs, if you take a look at any website, inside, you can use SEMrush, Ahrefs, whatever tool you want. Take a look at the key term and key term variations and the intent that is serving, right? Like take a look. Which AI overviews or snippets contain a site link, right? In your industry, in your market, in your area, who are the top players, and what AI overviews or whatever you want to call it, AI search, whatever, which term and term variations contain the actual site link? What you'll notice is it's generally term and term variations that are blended SERPs. Once you identify the list of 35, you can start building content around them. And then what you want to do is you'll double it up with AMP content. You'll have, and here's what's another piece. If I want to keep reiterating information inside of blended SERPs, right, that we're talking about supporting content, supporting the primary service, Again, if we're building supporting content, the supporting content only serves one purpose. This is information assisted selling. The only reason that a service business would have informational content is to assist a sale. That's it. You know, we used to only look at a 30-day window in a buying cycle. You have to open up the buying window, right? Because you would think service business, if it's not emergency, the buying cycle is much longer. Why? I don't know. But once we opened this up, I started to see the value of informational content. When you start tracking every flipping click and you start to realize that, hey, initially 90 days ago, they may not have been in the market at that moment, right? Husband and wife, whatever, they sit down and they're like, oh man, the heater's going to be going. They do some quick research. So when the day kicks, they remember, oh, John's Plumbing, boom, in that buying cycle, right? You with me? So information has a piece. And what's great about information is you can stay top of mind. It assists a sale. Plus, on top of that, I can keep adding keywords that are commercial-based intent, and it's not going to cannibalize my top-level high commercial intent pages, right? Especially if it's a blended SERP. Food for thought. The only thing it will do is it will help propel traffic leading to a potential sale, all right? This is completely besides the tips that I'm going to share with you today. This is just extra for fun. Just things that I notice in the marketplace, and I hope that it helps you. But practical. So AMP pages, ultra practical, especially for supporting pieces of content. You can see massive spikes. Another practical tip, I guess to boil what we just talked about down, other than the AMP pages, is looking for blended queries. So if you're utilizing SEMrush, if you want to call it that, what we want to do is, when you're looking down the list and you'll see multiple intent types inside of SEMrush, right? And we'll pull up some examples. Under organic search, when you're going down the list, we want two different types, yellow and blue, informational and high commercial intent. This is a blended SERP. On top of that, is it a blended SERP that is serving an overview, and is there a site link? That's what we want. We want to make sure of. You can identify them. There's 35, sometimes only 30, but usually around that, you'll find they always start with the same thing. Okay. Another practical tip: taking away content that's dead wood. So this means that if I'm going to call Googlebot, it's only to value. It's only going to be beneficial and valuable for the end user and for you as a business. That's it. All right. It can lead, to double up such as this. That's 1 million impressions. That's a lot. There's tons. We're seeing huge influxes. Now let's get into the basis of today's video, leveraging AI to 2x. So double up on traffic, leads, sales, conversions. I had them in a list and I was contemplating to myself, like, it all starts with the traffic, right? But before the traffic is really the rankings. So we want the sale, but in order to get the sale, I need either the call or the form fill. Before I get the form fill or the call, I need to get the traffic. Before I get the traffic, I need the rankings. Very, very important things. SEO is still highly impactful for a lot of businesses, but it's not as effective as it was 6 years ago, right? Let's talk about some of the tips that led us here, other than what we just discussed now, all right? So contemplate this. We'll get this together. I do these things on the fly. I don't script them out. I'm not fancy like the rest of them. But it is fresh off the top of my head. Here. So here, let's take a look together. So to put my ideas on paper, first we see it, then we speak it, then we do it, and then it happens, right? That's how it works. So here, let's do this together here. The very first thing that I want to talk about, or I want to touch on, we already kind of touched on it, was the blended SERPs. But targeting areas. So Google's getting very good with this. Targeting areas. Okay. Targeting keywords. All right. I have particular examples I want to share with you, but let me just think about this really quick here. Targeting keywords, targeting focus, don't dilute. Targeting areas, targeting keywords. So here, let's get some examples together. I wrote that description out. It's important to have a description. I was looking at my page. I was wondering why it was loading slow. But let's head over here to Google. So I want to point something out to you. All right, and let's use an example together. All right, and again, it all plays into AI because how Google is understanding content has significantly changed. The syntax, the sentiment, the entities, the primary keywords, keyword usage, and the variations matter massively right now. The overall syntax of the overall corpus or the document matters. If you're running NLP, right, using Google's tool, and you're doing a call or a request for syntax and sentiment, do it for the top 5 players, excluding directories, and I guarantee you they're nearly identical. Just like the average, like all the winners generally have the same headers, right? They generally have the same terms and term variations. They generally will have the same entity diversity. So how many entities are used on the page? Like what's the diversity? Like 12, 25, like what's the diversity of entity usage? And then you look at the density of entities being used, right? So that's all basic stuff that we've learned. Now added because of their understanding due to AI, right? This is how I understand it. So that's how I'll teach it. Another piece that we have to look at is Google isn't just breaking out chunks. You know how they used to come and crawl? Well, they still crawl this way, but they would come in, they would do a crawl starting at the top of the page and then work their way down, right? And they would download it or scrape it or crawl it in chunks. Well, what has changed now is they are able to understand from beginning until end the overall sentiment of that page. Okay, you with me? And then the syntax matters as well. How's it formulated? And what are the words that are next to each other, essentially? So co-occurring keywords matter. Entities matter. What's being said is just as important as how many words you use and what the keyword density is. That's all I'm getting at. There's 2 more factors that you need to weigh in, is what I'm getting at, along with everything else. Now, here's what I want to share with you. Let's do some more practical tips for you. All right. Practical tip number 1. So here, let's use an example here. So when we come inside of here, that's interesting. Gotch, Craig, SEO Group, Chris Palmer Marketing. I guess for my related searches, I only searched for my name so far. That's kind of cool, I guess. Interesting. Practical advice here. So here's what I want to share with you. Let's pull up an example. Houston, plumber. Okay. Houston's a very large city. What's the population there? Population Houston. I would say 2.3 million. Yes, I would say it's a relatively large city. Probably in the top 20, I would venture to guess. Right? Like it's definitely one of the biggest ones. So Houston's a good example, and we'll go for plumbing. So without just wrap it out of the hat, right? Let's take a look together. Watch this. So we'll do plumbers. Now take a look at this. Houston. Here, let's do it this way. We'll make them all the same. Plumbers. Houston. Now I'm geomodifying, and then we'll do it the other way. I just want to show you something really quick here. HVAC Houston. Now I'm just using Houston. This is just an example. I'm trying to pick a big city and then services that I see a lot, right? They're generally high competition means there's a lot of players or players that have been in the marketplace longer than 5 years. These markets are generally flooded, right? So high comp, especially in Houston. So here we'll keep looking. Let's take a look at like AC repair. And I'm pulling these terms up for a reason because I see the same thing. What does it? I think I'm in Orlando. It does. AC repair in Houston. AC installation, Houston. Okay. And then here, one more for fun. AC replacement, Houston. And then let's do heating. Heating repair. I don't know what the heater. I don't know how heating will be in Houston, but we'll go for it anywhere. Usually, I see like HVAC, AC, heating. They go together. And then they're doing like furnace install, furnace replacement, furnace repair. Right? I'm thinking out loud. Heating repair in Houston. I doubt. I don't know if anyone's doing that, but I see that frequently depending on where we're working. But let's start at the top here. We're going to look at plumbers. All right. This will all make. Stick with me. It'll be worth your time, I assure you. Or don't. It's up to you. Completely up to you. But here, let's take a look at this together. So when we come in here, I want to point out first and foremost, like we've talked about structure. I've hounded. I get asked a lot. That's why I started making videos related to that. I get asked a lot, and to me, it was so clear. Structure is based upon what Google is rewarding. How should I structure my site? Well, there's two ways to go about it. You're either going to go flat, right? Or you're going to do a hard silo. It's all right here. Take a look at what Google is rewarding. Usually, and this is another reason for today's video, what's been coming up is, oh, hey, Chris, I keep seeing homepages winning. Should I throw everything on the homepage? And kind of what we're about to talk about here will help you decide, because the answer is yes and no. And I want to point some of these things out to you. So when we come inside of here, I want you to take a look. Plumbers in Houston, okay? So we have 12,000. It's a $7 keyword. So relatively high commercial intent, lots of volume. Plumbers in Houston. So we have a top level page going for plumbing. Top level meaning it's the page after. It's the first subdirectory, all right? So it's the first subdirectory. The www is subdomain. You with me? All right. In case you didn't know, I don't know what you know and what you don't know, right? That's 101, but hey, maybe you're just joining me, and welcome. When we take a look here, we're taking a look at top level page plumbing. See it down in the left-hand corner right here. You'll see a little black window. If you're ever wondering, like, how does he know? Are you sure? Right? It's there. It pops right up. Okay. So that's what I'm looking at down here in this window. Top level page. See, this is Reddit. So the reason why Reddit is there could be for more than one reason other than they have phenomenal on-page, right? Could it be the amount of internal links? Could it be the amount of external links? Could it be that right before they went public, they had to deal with Google? I don't know, right? Who knows, right? But they're there. So are we going to take this into account? Perhaps, but not at this time, not for structures. We come down this list, look at this. Yelp, same thing as Reddit. They're in position for multiple reasons other than on page. I'm looking for players that look like me. But when it's on page and counting time, counting meaning, okay, what's the keyword? What's the keyword density? What's the variation? What's the entity diversity? How many entities do they have? What's the syntax of the page? What's the sentiment of the page? How many headers? How many headers are optimized, right? You with me? That's the count. And I'm trying to get an overall average of what's being rewarded. Okay? And if my age and if the category of referring domains aligns with my on page, I'm a winner. Oftentimes something's out of whack though. You can catch the on page, but can I get the same amount of category specific links? That's tough for some based on budget and time. And then the other one that can never be beat is time. Page age is a huge issue, big issue. So keep that in the back of your mind. We have a player. And I chose these terms. This area I just picked, I was thinking, which one? I usually do Texas or Florida as for examples. Big states. But when we come down the list here, we talked about structure, we talked about that. Oh, take a look here. All right, so this is a homepage, top level, plumbing, best plumbing. We come down here, we have a top level page for Houston. Emergency is being rewarded. So big mixture here. Usually emergency, right? Or 24-hour, like the emergency, I need it right now, is generally a separate term than just plumber or plumbing repair. Like usually that's how you can double up or get a blended SERP, is I can go after emergency because it'll show different results usually. Again, just another side tip for you. But let's go over to here. HVAC. So you would think traditionally, usually these would be two top level categories. This is starting to play into the big tip or the big ideas for today. All right. HVAC Houston. Now remember, players that look like us. Let's take a look here. We have John Moore, plumbing top level page. Okay. But John Moore. We scroll down. There's Acabus, and I have no idea. This is just it's just an example, a random example. All right. But it's almost always the same across the board. It doesn't matter the state, what the terms are. Like the examples and what I want to share with you will always be the same. The words might change. The density and the players might change. The tactics might change. But the strategy that I'm going to showcase to you, this is it for me. And I'm sharing it with you. Okay. So come over here. HVAC Houston. We scroll down the page. I'm not looking at this. This can fluctuate, especially time of day. How many clicks? Are they running guarantees? This can change, and plus the proximity of the searcher, right? This will change wildly. Yes, the website plays a part, but we're not here to talk about maps right now. All right. I'm honed in on that too. Don't worry, but that's outside of the scope of today's topic, right? So we're just going to scroll past that. Okay. But as we take a look, HVAC, top best, both sentiment terms. These are also informational, but in a commercial intent-based query. Oh, secret hiding in plain sight. And wait a minute. Whoa. Ranked number 1. Clear indicator. HVAC, heating, and AC. All front and center. Number 1. Most relevant. Are they there because they're flipping Yelp? Maybe. But that title tag, Google changes the title tag based upon the intent of the query. Right? Title, meta descriptions, they do whatever they flip and want. Is this a clear indication of what's being rewarded and what we're getting to for the big idea when you're deciding whether I want to do a homepage, whether I should have individual category pages? Really, the big takeaway, or what I'm going to start to lean into, is targeting of keywords, not diluting yourself, and doubling down on what makes your business dollars, and doing the keyword research first. And keyword research isn't just, okay, I do this service, this has this CPC, and my competition, I nothing drives me crazier. All my competition is doing the wrong thing. I should too. They're winning because I see them in SERPs, but then when you pull them inside of SEMrush, they're not getting clicks for any of those keywords. You double down on what makes the money and what drives the clicks. But first we need to identify what things mean the same. And that's what we're leading to here. And this is one of the bigger takeaways. So we can see the sentiment with top and best, but we also see heating, air conditioning, and HVAC. But we can't just take one SERP. But what I can do is I can see here, wait a minute, air conditioning, we're in Houston, right? This is a top level page for air conditioning. Isn't this our guy from the plumbing page? But it's serving the home page. Okay, but it's the same player. Best plumbing. Here's Nick. I've worked on this one. Angie, power plumbing. Let's scroll down here. There's Nick's. We have a variation of icon. Houston, Chrome, Champion. SERPs are changing quite a bit. Let's go to AC Repair Houston. Okay, again, top level AC page. Right at the top. 1 hour moves up. Now the sort order can change. Sort order meaning 1, 2, 3, 4. But if I have same player, same page, it's the same term. Okay, so keep that in mind. So we could see 1 hour is the Houston, 1 hour Houston. So top level page. So HVAC and AC, they mean the same thing. And I'm going to go to one or two of these players that is ranking, and I'll show you the cardinal sin, right? But bear with me here. AC installation. Let's hammer the point home here, okay? AC installation, Houston. All right, we scroll on down the page. Same top level page. Here we are again. Same player. Oh, title changed. Right? Google does whatever they want, but they're showing the same page. Different sort order. Same page as the prior two. Scroll down the page. Oh, here they are again. Oh, here they are again. Different sort order. They put the R at the end. They didn't have that previously. All right, let's go to replacement. John Moore, air conditioning. Oh, John sits up at the top. We saw him ranking for plumbing, right? I remember that. But his homepage was ranking. And that'll play into the part. But what I'm getting at here is to figure out which key terms mean the same thing, right? Now let's look up heating. And I did repair, but you could do replacement. You can do install. But we go down the list. Look at this. Same players, same pages. Now, sometimes I'm seeing a homepage or a top level page for this guy. Or this brand, I should say. We scroll down. This one changed out. Oh, air conditioning, top level page for heating. Wonderful. Doesn't even have the word heating in his flipping title tag. Oh, here's this guy again. So I think we've hammered the point home. So what's a takeaway here? Well, HVAC, AC repair, AC replace, right? AC install, and then installation, installer, installers, all those variants. But repair, replace, repairing and installing, and replacing and installing were two different things. HVAC would generally be a standalone category with a subset of service, correct? And let's take a look. I guarantee you, I don't know which one. Let's take a look at John. Now, we've came to the realization here, even in this particular instance. Let's take a look down this list here. Bear with me. So top level page. Top level. Okay. Let me see something here. AC. Okay, so this is the top level best. Okay. That's AC. And then this one's Houston. Okay, that's John Boy. So Nick, John, Roto, Best, Akabus, and John Boy with plumbing. So plumbing, we can take same players, different categories. So plumbing would be a standalone category, and you plumbers out there are probably like, yeah, no kidding, dude. But I'm trying to make a point here. So plumbing, it's showing the same players, but different pages, right? HVAC, AC, AC installation, AC replacement, and heating repair. And I'm sure there's other terms that we can go and find, and they will mean the same exact thing. What's that tell us? Well, that means I only need one page. In this case, what I like is these people here. If you take a look here, if I go in here to AC repair, look at this. They just called it air conditioning, and they put every flipping keyword imaginable in there. Now, they might have a top-level page or supporting informational content targeting those variations, because why? It's not going to cannibalize my high commercial intent page because the intent of the page is different, right? And then here, let's just get this out on the table. Google is put a pin in that thought, right? On the subject of that supporting content. This is a big one. And then we'll go back to that idea. But before I forget about it, let me lay this out. You're creating a page, right? You're taking a look. Let's just use an example. That way I don't have to draw it out. Let's just use this dude. All right. Or this brand, whatever, whoever owns it. Doesn't matter to me. They all look the same to me. We take a look at this. This is our top level page. This is the winner. We scroll down the list. Let me see here. Take a look at this. Do you see something here? Right? Short amounts, but take a look at these headings. These are zones within a page, right? These are optimization points within a page. Do you notice something? Take a look at these real fast. All right. Now let's look at a loser. And I mean this from a place of help, right? I don't mean this in a derogatory or hateful or harmful way, just to help. But scroll down the list. Watch this. Now we're same SERPs, AC repair in Houston. Now watch this. All right, this is an added idea. I just want to point this out. So we're on page 2, even though it says 1, 2, 3, 4. This is page 2 for the same term. So this is top of page 2, meaning they probably have the age and the equity, but their on page is off. Now, these are losers, but they're at the top. So they're still authoritative, but they missed the count or the syntax and the sentiment, entity usage, variation usage, co-occurring keyword usage. Like they don't know how to count. But watch. Let's take a look at this. Intent of the page is probably another big piece that they're missing. Let's take a look at a loser. Now, yes, they're using multiple H1s, and that's not a big problem. But looks down the list. Well, it's in the H1 tag, and then here's one of the issues right here. But it's not just the question mark. I'm going to point out this idea to you in 1 second, but I see this a lot on losers or on sites that could perform better. Okay, here we go. Here's 1, 2. All right, not so bad. Usually I see it a lot worse, and I'm not going to waste any more time on it. But Google rewards brands. They reward authority. They reward the trusted, authoritative expert. An expert isn't having a question answer session on a web page that has high commercial intent. The expert doesn't, yes, they're answering the questions, but they're at a position of authority, which would mean that I'm not answering or I'm not asking and answering a question. I'm not doing question and answer or facts, and I don't care what people before you are doing. If you are the authority and you're the expert, so you're not formulating questions, you're formulating statements. You can say the same thing, but it's no longer a question and an answer, changing the intent of the page. That's to be done on supporting content. If I have a high commercial intent page, the only thing I'm doing is I formulate my questions as statements. You can say the same thing, but having the intent the same. Are you with me? Especially if you're an expert. So oftentimes I'll see on losers or sometimes people at the bottom of page 1 even, when you start to scroll down the page here, right now we're on page 1 here. We'll go to number 7. Let's see if they did it. The winner had none, right? Did you notice that? They had 0. As we went farther down in the search, what did you start seeing? More and more of this. It changed. Now, there's more than one way to win. There's multiple factors. This is one piece that I'm pointing out, but stay on top of the actual intent of the page. This one's not so bad, but they're missing a few things. Now, I'm not going to hone in on this anymore. If I'm asking and answering and having multiple question marks, it's not the question mark. It's the question itself on a high commercial intent page. When it's a home page or a top level service page, that's a commercial intent page. By asking and answering questions, I'm changing the intent of the page. And plus, I'm the authority. I'm the expert. This isn't a question. This isn't an answer. I'm not asking and answering. This isn't a blog. This is a statement based upon what I'm servicing to you as the expert, right? And that is leveraging AI. That's one tip for you. That's one of the things that we did in order to achieve this was exactly that. In order to double the amount of impressions, in order to more than double, like almost double. Okay, almost double the impressions. essentially almost doubled the clicks, was we got rid of the dead wood and the pages that we focused in on intent. If the intent is to sell, then the intent's to sell. If it's supporting and they're in a different position in the buying cycle, then that's the intent of the page. Also, hyper honing in on blended SERPs that have site links. If Google's going to extract traffic, then we formulate our strategy around, okay, let everyone else spend their money and their time. And then you and I are going to identify the terms and the term variations that our winners already spent money and time on. Some of them shot up, a lot of them went down, but they've already done the hard work. So identify the term and the term variations to target so we can start getting, if AI is going to take it anyway, we might as well get a link, right? So identifying those blended SERPs, the reason why I'm saying blended SERPs is because generally when you start to identify, this is the easy way to pick them out, right? It's usually going to be these blended SERPs, best ofs, top lists, cool places. The other piece was utilize the tool sets that Google is giving you. Now, I showed you one of them, but there's a lot of other content types that can be leveraged. I showed you AMP, but it was really to show an idea. There's multiple ways to form and formulate that content. AMP is one of them. There's stories. There's free plugins to make them into stories as well. Like there's so many little features. Another thing that I didn't show you on these pages here, see this 15? When we did this, if I showed you the video report, on the left-hand side, like the video schema, it's identical to the AMP pages. Why? Because we also built supplement videos to basically outline the content that was within the blog. And it's highly effective. If you take a look at Google's blog, right? I don't care what they're telling me. What are they doing? They're breaking down the same content in audio, video, written. Okay. And that's what you do. And then two, there's other things that Google owns that they're giving us the tool sets. They want us to they want to take the content from us. And in exchange, they'll give us traffic. Two of them we just outlined, stories and those pages. Some people would look at this as them taking. Are you playing the game or not? It's up to you. So that's that. Now back to this idea of honing in. I want to point this out to you. Google ranks pages, not sites, right? Right. But everything happens in cycles. I'm sure you've noticed this. Like location service pages had a huge run. Like that was the way, right? But here, before I outline that idea and like what we did for that dude, I'm talking about the rental guy. You understand this point here, correct? Yes? Excellent. All right. Identifying the key term variations, co-occurring key phrases that are being rewarded that mean the same thing. And then the next question that I get, well, Chris, how do I formulate my page? If AC repair, here, get rid of this. If the install, the replacement, the HVAC, the heating, if replacement, installation, install, replace, repair, all mean the same thing. Well, what do I lead with? Well, in my personal opinion, I would base it on CPC and volume. So when I take a look here, I can see 1,900, it's a $13 click, 5,400 at $35, 54 at 35 a click. You with me? Replacement. It's interesting that some people have separate pages for this. Mind blowing. Down the list, of course. And then we have repair. Is it not clear, at least in Houston, what we want to lead with? And what do I mean by lead? Well, if it's a top level page, that would mean, like, do you think it's a coinky dink Like that. Oh, and then there's air conditioning. I know that's a variation. Like we want to leave at the top level. Like if it's going to be AC repair, it's going to be air conditioning repair, AC repair. This is the lead with. So that would mean if it's a top level page in the URL, air conditioning repair, air conditioning. Title, air conditioning repair, and we'll stack the other secondary terms. In the H1, what are we leading with? So title, URL, H1, we front load that big term. People will tell you keyword difficulty and all this crap. I guarantee you, if we take the budget to the side, it's going to take you almost just as long. If you have the age and you have the budget to catch the links, it's going to take you nearly the same amount of time to rank for this, not that one. But if you want to win this, or you want to win this, it's the same page, remember. It's going to be the same amount of time to get this one as this one. Right? So why wouldn't I want to front load and go for where the money is? Always follow the dollar. Always. If I'm going to spend the time, the resource, the mental resource, and have the patience to reach success, why not go for the gusto? Go for the gusto. You're either in or you're out. Right? All in. So that's that. Let's move forward. More tips. Now let me show you this. So even winners, let's find a big winner. So where's the big term? Is it this one? Okay. Acabus 1, and then air conditioning in Houston. Okay, let me look at the HVAC. Acabus. There's Nick's, Marier, Cron. Here's 1 Hour Boy. Okay. John, I saw him in all the SERPs. Okay, that's a critical player. This guy's a player. And then let's see here. Okay, this guy moves up. Heating. Okay. Same player. So really it's this air conditioning guy, John Moore, which I don't see here. Like it's pretty much the same players. John Boy, air conditioning, 1 hour, and really this one right here. Here's the Dundada. Now, let's see. Let's see if this guy did the Cardinals sim. Did I click on him? It must have been. Look at that. Oh, yeah, I opened this up already. Okay. So we just looked at this. What were we looking at? Oh, we were looking at the top level. So let me just see something here. See? Okay. This guy's a winner. Premium example. I can't believe it. Could this person or this business not be even better? Could they be number one across the flipping board if they weren't diluting themselves? Case in point, AC tune-up, AC inspection, AC replacement, AC installation, heating inspection, heating replacement, heating installation, HVAC warranty. Why does this person have top-level pages for terms that mean the same thing? Why would I want to? Even a top player, they're winning in every SERP. They couldn't even notice for themselves that the same page is being rewarded in all those SERPs. Why do these pages exist? When you're tracking your site, right? Because then the argument that you'll hear from clients is, yeah, but we want to let them know that we offer this. In order to let them know, creating an anchor text in a dropdown or inside of a menu does not insinuate that I have to have a page to potentially confuse Google. Right? Also, when you're looking at your heat maps, how many actual customers, let's be honest with each other here, are coming in and just scanning through your pages and reading your content and just gracefully going from page to page just to be curious on what you have to offer? None. Maybe some scragglers. They have an itch that needs to be scratched. They're producing a query either on their phone, on their tablet, on their phone. I said phone already. I said it twice because it's so important. Or on their desktop. And whoever's up there at the top, as long as there's no non-credibility within the first couple results, like saying, hey, don't click on these guys, they're going to whoever's at the top, right? They don't care what you have to say. They're not reading your content. They want their itch scratched immediately, right? So why would I want to do this, right? Like, clients aren't scanning your pages. Even if you have Google Analytics installed, you know as well as I do, what's your average amount of pages within a session? It might be 1.6, 1.5, right? Like, it's not even quite 2. Like, they begin to go over and they're like, no, I'm good, right? Come on, you know. So why should there be confusion? And then here on top of this, and the tip here is, if all these things mean the same, I only need one page. And then here's the nail in the coffin. Now watch this. I saw them in the SERPs for each of these terms. And look at, this is so good. This is such a good example. These guys are crushing, but with the same page, but they're calling Google, hey, come on over here, to just confuse. I bet you they would be number 1 across the board if they see this video. Here, come see me. Oh my goodness. Let me look at the bottom. Did somebody, who does this? Give me a call, dude. This is a slam dunk, right? You guys doing SEO, these are the clients you're looking for, right? Like, this is a slam dunk. This is a fire already blazing. And you just come along and you just throw like a bag of gasoline on it. You're like, wee! It just goes, burns up. But watch this. So we saw this together, right? You guys are with me so far? One page targeting all the keywords. Now, relevance equals rank. So this would mean that talking about multiple services that all mean the same thing would actually make me more relevant. Why? Because heating repair is a co-occurring key phrase to AC replacement. AC replacement is a co-occurring key term variation to HVAC. HVAC is a co-occurring keyword variation to AC install, or replacement, or repair. Are you with me? They all mean the same thing. So then you're probably thinking, well, Chris, if they mean the same thing and I only need one page, the primary optimization is going to go for where the keyword volume is and where the dollars are at, right? But what about those other terms? How do I make sure I win? By looking them up one by one and seeing what the primary usage is from the people that are currently outperforming you. For instance, we know we're a winner here. This air conditioning page is also, let's come over here, it's number 2, right? Horrible example, because this is, again, there's more than one reason they're winning. But let's go to repair. Number 1 makes sense. Replacement number 2, being beat by John. Now, replacement, still the same page. Watch. We come into here. We check primary optimization zones. Don't see it. All right, replacement. So that's 2. So that's 4. Oh my God, they are so close. Oh my goodness gracious. So it's either the anchor text being built, or if they just add it 1 or 2 more times, and in an optimization zone, I guarantee you these guys would move up for replacement. If Akabus, if you see this, if you just add it 1 more time to a header, I bet you take first spot for replacement. Now, I know there's not very much comp here, and you probably don't care, right? But people aren't looking for replacement. They're probably doing this, right? Because remember when I said, hey, we're not going to talk about maps right now? See, if I want to be the most relevant, I need to have all the term and term variations. Now, if I wanted to win replacement, I would add it to a primary optimization zone header, and I would make sure that my density is outperforming the other players for replace and replacement. Yes, John Moore has it on the page one more time, and that one more time is in a headering tag. I think that's why he's number one and we're number two. That's one of the reasons. Then I would start looking at anchor text pointing to the page. How many times do they have that variant within the text? I'm just honing in on this just as an example because it's clear as day. But when you're thinking about optimizing your page, primary optimization zones, URL, title, and H1 will go for where the money is, what's the highest CPC and the highest volume. And then my other heading tags in primary density of the page is going to have every other key term and key term variation under the sun. And then the ones that you miss, Google will outline for you inside of a tool called Google Search Console. And this is called keyword gap analysis. And what you're going to do is all the term and term variations that you miss, watch this. Let me show you something really fast. I'll show you something so quick. And you might already know this, but for people that don't know, after you pack all of your term and term variations into the headers, you've matched and mirrored every term and term variation. Like you look up HVAC repair, HVAC replace, HVAC install. Then you move on to the next thing that means the same. Instead of HVAC, now we're moving to AC, repair, replace, service, right? Pick all of your secondary terms, like secondary term variants. Then we go over to heating, right? You with me? I look up to see what the sort order, because it's always going to be the same players because the terms mean the same. But what's the sort order? And then each player that is beating us for that term variation, how many times do they say it on the page? And is it in a primary optimization zone? Is it in the header? And how many times do they say it? And whatever they have, I'm going to one-up them. Because as long as I can match and mirror or beat them within the age and the referring domain and referring domain categories, and I can outbeat them on the density, the syntax, the sentiment, and the primary keyword usage, it's over. The hard one is the page age and the links. If you got the links and you have the age, the only thing you're missing is the math. In my opinion. I'm one guy though. Here. Now back to that keyword and keyword variation usage, right? Like once we get that math right, the stuff that you miss, Google will be so gracious and actually show it to you. Let me tell you what I mean by this. So you go over to your search console, okay? And these could be people that we helped with audits, like hopefully nothing pops up that shouldn't. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh boy, who's this? Oh gosh, you're killing me. Okay, I don't know how this one is. You guys saw them all. Ah! Oh my God, this is going to get moved. This might have been just somebody I was looking at, like, hey, let me see your search console. So I don't recall this one. It's not an active client. If this is your site and you're mad at me and you want me to take this down, come see me. All right. Those other ones, we'll pretend that I didn't put those up. Let's move on. So gap analysis. Here, you come inside of here and you're going to take a look at your performance. Now, I don't recall who this is, and my mistake if it's you and I forgot. But let's take a look. Well, is this me? Let me take a look at this. Let me take a look at this site. Since we're here, let's see. Oh my goodness. It's not an embed. It should be an embed. Nice flow. Definitely not my design. I mean, those are too pretty to be me. Let's take a look at this here. I wouldn't have appended custom, but I'm not in this business. Top level, top level, top level. Let's go to a top level. Slow as molasses. Yeah, it's the trade-off. Good internal linking. You doubled up the internal linking. Good, good. This definitely has, I don't recall doing this, but this definitely has a lot of our tactics. So with that being said, let's take a look over on performance. Oh, so I see, probably. Okay, where were we? Here, impressions. And then you take a look at position. Okay. Now here's what we're looking for. We're looking for a high impression share. Impression insinuating about to be. It's in Houston. It might be one of my guys. I don't remember the site though. Impressions means it's about to be a click. All right. So when we're taking a look at this, what I want to point out to you is if we're doing keyword gap analysis and we've got the other optimizations and we've already talked about some of the other tips, right? The strategy, how to leverage AI, right? And that's really what we're doing. It's really a lot of these updates are really, instead of calling it an update or an algorithm update, really it's Google's able to understand a lot better. And how they understand, if you're ever curious how they're understanding, take a look at the thinking models that they have. They gave it to us. Like inside of flipping Open Router, go to Open Router and get the free, they give you free beta. Like, you know, the beta programs that like before you're supposed to have stuff, like you got to sign up for and then you sit and wait. They get it first. And then they even give you like the free stuff. You can go in there and use it. But what I'm getting at here is the thinking models are showing you, like, it's kind of like how someone writes is how they think, right? Like they're just writing it out for you. They're giving you the blueprint. So once you get using these tools and you start to see like, well, what are they pulling? Well, how are they pulling? Like how did they come to the conclusion on what to pull? Massively insightful. Huge. Huge. In any case, when we're taking a look at this, impressions, like I just mentioned before I got off a small tangent, this is the potential click. I know this is 101, but for those of you that may be new, right? And you see this, when you take a look at this, what we're looking at is if this is the primary search phrase or search phrase, and you can break it down by page. You can go to pages that have an average position that's low, but a high impression share. This is the home page. Like the reason why this is happening is because you have competing pages. I clients do what they want, right? I try to, this would significantly go down if you would just brand, right? Like you named yourself this, but then put every single service that you do on your page to fight with every other page that you've then created. Why? Why didn't you just go with a partial match domain to begin with? Then you wouldn't be having these problems. But that's another talk for another day. When we're looking at this, we can start with this page, but this is the home page, and this is generally an easy fix. But let's go to an article. I dislike that the top level page is called article, but that could be because it's old, or maybe they're using some type of AI tool, and they just figured out how to use it, and they got lucky. They generated 9 million pages, and one of them hit. Hooray! You have just entered the 99% of every other AI user out there. But yeah. So let's just pick this page. So we come in here, we click on this. I'm sorry. It is late, remember. I know that I want to say, but I like to give little helpful hints. I hope you're enjoying this. right? More conversational. We'll see how they do. Plus, the people that are going to bounce, I want to bounce. I want to help who would appreciate the help most of all. So when we come over here, we can see it's generating 150 clicks, but we don't care about that. We care about average position, and we're getting a lot of impressions. This page is starting to dip. So what we want to look at is we want to look at these that are like, look at this. So 61 custom home builders, affordable custom home builders. See, like, it's clear as day. If Google, the traffic that Google gives you is what Google thinks your site's about. Impressions are potential traffic. This means that it showed up within a session. It may have showed up inside of a search, but it was like at the bottom of page 10, like it didn't generate the click. It was seen but not clicked. So if you're ranking on page 6 and I got 700 flipping impressions, what does this tell us? This tells me that on this page here, I forget the page. It was a 5 best budget friendly. So we're talking about affordable home building. I had 700 potential impressions. Now I'm just honing in on this query or this key term variation. This had 700 potential clicks, right? And it's position 61. So when you see this, keyword gap analysis would tell us to do what? Take this term variation, and this term variation, and add these exact phrases more times within your body copy, within your A tags, or within headers. Increase the overall term frequency or phrase frequency, and you will be more relevant for that phrase. You'll rise up, your average position will go up, and these impressions will start turning into clicks. All right? And that's keyword gap. So let's move forward here. So that's how you that's the stuff that you missed. Like, would you ever think to increase density? Like, I know we're looking at plumbing and now we're looking at builders, right? But for this example, if you looked, would you ever have thought, like, yes, home builders, affordable home builders, custom builders, yes, we thought of this clearly because why? Well, we created a page that was called this. But what about these exact phrases at much higher density? We didn't think of this. This is what I mean. Google's going to then give it to you. So you get everything that's hyper relevant on the page. Google will start showing you. And then as long as you're being diligent, remember, Google generally rewards freshness, right? But think about freshness from more of a slang term. Like if you're fresh, that means you have the best, you're up to date, right? Think about it. So we're staying fresh. We're staying top of mind. When we're saying top of mind, if you added this term, you would then do what? Update your sitemap, maybe update the photos. You're going to do other things to the page, update the headers. Google's going to recrawl, maybe give you a lift. Like being fresh doesn't mean that I have to rewrite the whole page. Are you with me? Okay, hopefully that I hammered that point home. And each of these things that I'm breaking down went into that double up of clicks for that particular rental company. It's very similar. Like the strategy, these are some of the changes within the strategy that have kept us ahead in most instances. So, and that's why I want to share them with you. All right, let's keep going, but they all work together. Like we've talked about a couple of things, like utilizing multiple assets, doing keyword gap analysis for things that Google's already rewarding, creating one main base level, top level page, but not before deciding what services I provide that all mean the same thing and making it one page. And then that brings me to the next tip that I want to share with you. All right. I'll put all these ideas together at the end. But let's take a look at this now. So where we left off before I got off on a tangent on keyword gap analysis and having Google, like once we've consolidated all the pages, once we've made one top level page, I didn't get to that part yet. But once we've made one page, targeting all the terms, not diluting ourselves, combining all the terms that mean the same thing. The next piece is the dilution. Like, I used this particular website as an example because they're a winner across the board. However, even though their top level AC page, this one here that's in the main menu, right, is the one that's getting all the traffic for every term and term variation, they still have all of this dilution in within their sitemap, within their pages, within their copy, within everything. So that means that each of these pages, remember, a page ranks for more than one term. That means it has more than one term variant, all competing with that top page that Google is rewarding for everything. Plus, usually a top level page, let's see. Am I on the page? I am. Is this the ranking page? Let me double check. Well, I don't even need to look that far. So not only up here, see, they're doing it right, but they haven't got to the next step because they're resting on their laurels, and they've probably been winning for years utilizing the strategy, or they did some changes and they've been winning, but they're going to dip soon. And they're doing some things right. Look at up in the header menu, they have their terms, sidebar, internal linking. And just because I'm creating an A tag doesn't mean it has to go to a flipping page. Like, I can tell the user that we do something without having a page. Right? And they're doing it right. Like, I always preach on this. Like, hey, look at these side links. But each of these term variations mean the same flipping thing. I don't know about this one. I'd have to look that up. And I don't know about duct cleaning. I'd have to look that up. Like, these might deserve their own top level pages. But as far as the HVAC, as far as the AC repair, the air conditioning, the installation, and the inspections, that's all the same thing. But here's the worst part. They're winning. But here, let's go over here. This is SEMrush. There's only a few tools that are on the market. This is the one that I choose to use. I'm not sponsored. I don't have a link. I'm only using this because this is what I use. All right. If you look up here, I have subscriptions to all of them. Why? Because you never take the first recommendation. I always go like when I think of something or I'm thinking through something, I have to get more than one opinion and then I make my decision. So I'm going to go ask the 3 experts that have all the data, Majestic, SEMrush, Ahrefs. Hey, what's the answer? And then I make my decision. If they can all agree, well, then so do I, right? Are you with me? Kind of like an authoritative domain. If I go and check Moz and it says, oh, it's a DA50, and then I go over to SEMrush and it says, yep, it's an authority score 34, and then I go to Ahrefs and they say, yep, this is a DR flipping whatever, DR 48. That's probably an authoritative domain, right? But if one of them just doesn't match up, well, then I'll dive deeper. Are you with me? So that I'm showing this one because this is my favorite. It's the cleanest. It's the easiest. I love them. And I had a past relationship, if you're ever wondering. I no longer do. I wish I did. Reach out to me. But yeah, go in here. We'll put them in. So what I want to hone in on is they have the data. They have the data set. This is their business. They have more data than me. They should know this inside and out, right? And I'm sure they do. Somebody's slipping. And I don't mean to pick on them. I don't even know them, right? But here, look at this is the page that's winning. But better yet, let's go here. We know this is the page that's winning. 973 keywords, 1.1 traffic, right? Now, we saw their website. They have a top level page targeting each and every one of the services that mean the same thing. But we know this is the winning page. Now, watch this. It gets worse, right? Not only can they see that that drives what it drove, but if we came inside of a tool just like this and they have access just like I do, they have one better. They have Search Console, right? It's connected. Like it's straight from the horse's mouth. They probably have Search Analytics installed. I didn't go and check Built With or whatever, but they probably even have it honed in even more than these tools or GSC. They probably have analytics installed and they track flipping everything, right? And if they don't, they should. I mean, if you were clicking like this, I'd be tracking. Sheesh. But anyway, go down here. These are navigational. This is their name, brand, 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 brand. Water heater, so high commercial intent. So water heater, tankless, informational. So this is supporting. And I didn't filter and I didn't do anything. I just wanted to look down the list based upon traffic percentage and see, other than their name, what terms are best. So water heater, this is supporting on demand. Electrical, so separate. This is going to the home page. Tankless. Plumbers, so this is going to a plumbing page, so top level. They are plumbers. I think that's their primary category, if I remember correctly. Again, I don't know who this is. AC repair. So, okay. So other than plumbing and 24-hour plumbing, when we look at high commercial intent terms that aren't branded, the first one that starts to come in here is this HVAC. Other than plumber, is HVAC, moving directly into AC repair. These are their two first high commercial intent key terms that aren't branded or have to do with plumbing, which is their primary category. Let's keep going on. Plumbing and air conditioning, so top level page. That's a home page. Brand, and then plumber, so primary category. Emergency, going to the home. Nope. Top level. Garbage disposal, blog page. Wow, they're all over the place. These are horrible. I can't even get to the point that I wanted to make because it's madness. They have, I guess this does prove the point. Actually, it does without it doing so. Even better, actually, now that I think about it. So we have all of those pages. We saw for ourselves what's the primary drivers of the website, right? Other than their brand, it's plumbing, then the HVAC and the AC repair, right? We looked down the list together. We saw the site for ourselves. And you and I know that the top level pages for the services is what's driving the traffic, right? It's either homepage, plumbing, or AC repair. Even their HVAC was going to the, no, it was air conditioning. My mistake, air conditioning, which ranks for AC repair, HVAC, all of them, right? 3 pages. Why is all this here? For what? Not only do these terms mean the same thing, but even after looking at the data and being a clear winner, I still left those pages to dilute and to compete with myself, making my pages where in some instances they show up number 4 or number 2 as opposed to number 1 when they probably could have shot up. Like, why would I have all this dilution? Right? And I can say I do something like without having the dedicated page that means the same thing. I'm not saying it's not important to have this, but wouldn't the AC replacement just be a section within this page? Wouldn't it just be a header? Right? I'm just saying. Do your keyword research, combine your terms, don't dilute. On top of that, honing in on the services, like where do you make your dollars? You can't be the expert of more than one thing. That's all I have to say for that. Another piece that I want to point out. I guess we could stay on this topic. We'll just utilize this. Now, I don't know if these guys are doing it. Let's just look around real quick. Again, I don't know who this is. If you go back to the like we're just using this. I've never seen this site. I don't know who they are. I thought of a big city, and then plumbing was the first thing that popped in my head. All right, so these turn out to be primarily an AC, HVAC, and plumbing company, but Whatever. Okay. Okay. Let me see something here. So these guys are doing this particular portion correctly. And I really like that. And that's the next thing I want to point out to you. So Richmond, Texas zip code. I just want to see if they have it. 77406. I don't think they do. I think they're doing it correctly. And I'll point out what I mean in a second. Here, let's do this. Bel Air. 77401. 77401. Great news. Nope, they didn't. See, these guys are doing it right. Excellent. Okay, here's the next thing I want to share with you. So these guys are doing it right, and so that again, these guys are a big winner across the board for a relative. I mean, it's a $30 keyword, 5,000 searches a month. It's $30 a click, and they're winning, right? So even though I picked out some deficits, it's not like they got it all wrong. This next piece is another thing that is very, very important. I'm surprised by this. Smart. So here, let's talk about this. So here, let's go over to let's pick a new one so we can pinpoint this. I'll show you guys something, and gals, I'll show you this. All right. So just like that example there, let's go into one that they're winning in, air conditioning. You scroll down the page, and they're saying, "Hey, this." I wish they would have put them all in like this. Like if I look up hey, there they are, 5-star. Let's see. Nope, that's not the guys. Okay, anyway. There you. Oh, you did do it. Okay. So Kitty is a separate. Wow, $35 a click. Wow, money. Number 6. So they got their math wrong. So here's the next piece I want to point out to you. I don't. Again, I was looking for these guys. I know they had a page because I saw it here, and then I just did a search. Okay. But here's what I want to point out. So they're because I think they would move up if they got their internal linking right. And it's on the AC repair. So if I go to this page, air conditioning, we go here, links, internal. Yeah, see, they're not internally linking from a top level ranking page. You know, if they got that internal linking in here, especially on a top level page, it's like they started it, but they didn't follow through. They have the words. But if I go to Katie, this might actually be a good example. It might work depending on their authority. Let me see here. This is really the next tip. So I'm searching from Katie, looking for AC repair. And the tip is whether it's I have a top level page that's for a city and I mention neighborhoods. Like I don't need the individual page. I could talk about it on the top level page. Now, and this is the difference right here. So you see when I put the GL modifier, it showed me the Katie page. Now, if their internal linking was done correctly, or if they're authoritative enough, when I search from Katie or just AC repair, it should show the top level page. Let's see. They missed it because they don't have. I know they don't have the internal link because we saw it together. But there's where they messed up. And then this is the last tip I want to help you with. All right. I'm looking for live examples to showcase. I think they're more impactful. So yeah. So I saw these guys are in the SERP here. And they have the top level page is winning. Okay, let's see how they did it. Now, I would assume, this is just my humble opinion, it's the Katie page. I'm surprised it's not the top level. All right, I'm looking to pull out an example. Let's hammer this home. Ready? So here's the point I want to make. So I kind of have the examples here. So let's look at Houston and Katy, Texas. All right, and we're looking at AC repair. Here's what I want to make. This is the last piece. This, I learned about this and deployed it successfully on numerous sites, like in the last 7 months. So like when that really last August, September, right? Like when we had that update, like I was working on a large project and we got cooked. And this was one of the lessons that we learned. Like that's when I first started learning about the blended SERPs. That's when I first started learning about page age, because we were buying up domains and 301 and them looking to pass. You can pass all the equity and all the relevance you want, but you can't pass that age. Like you can get that's why you can get to that first page. You get the math right, you get the links right, but that last piece is that page age. If you don't have that, you're not going. You can spend all the money in the world. You don't have that age, good luck. But anyway, and that's one of the a secondary tip. This is when we learned that sites have memory. Like, let's just say that you had a site. Now, I haven't quite pinpointed it because I've had sites where it was like a year ago or whatever their cache cycle is. But I think when they switched, remember when they used to show the search results and then they started relying on Wayback? Like remember when you used to be able to do a cache colon, I think it was, or site cache colon? You know what I'm talking about? And it would tell you the last crawl date and time. But then what they started doing is they would, now when you search for sites or whatnot, and you go over to the right-hand side, if it talks about a site or those 3 dots, what will it do? It will take you to the Wayback or the Web Archive. So when they switched to, when they bought out those projects, in my opinion, instead of like keeping an active cache, like why use our bandwidth when you guys are already doing it, right? What I believe is they actually opened up how far back things go. And that's when I learned that Google has like a memory. And what I mean by this is, let's say you go and acquire a site, right? And let's say it was like AC Repair Katie. Like, I've never done anything past a year back, but that page age factor, like I can't 301 it. But if I had an asset that was previously in a position and I go back and I go grab that, like the exact term, the exact phrase, the exact words, the exact everything, it'll go right back in. So that was interesting. But it changed when Google took away that cache functionality. Like it wasn't like that. So in any case, that's another helpful hint for you. Case in point. Okay, here's the last thing I want to do. So let's go to Katy. Okay, so Katy, Texas. I don't know what Katy, Texas population is. That a big place? No, it's not considered a city. It's what 50K is considered a city. 50K or better. So this is a town. It says city here. Okay, it's a city. It's a very small city, but it's a city nonetheless. So we're looking at the city of Katy, all right, according to Wikipedia. So when we come over here, and the reason why I didn't choose Houston is because Houston is like a crazy looking map. Watch, here, I'll show you. Here's what I mean by crazy. It's hard to point out stuff in. See how this is very uniform? It's been outlined, like old school outlined. Now watch Houston. Watch this. Like, look at this mess. What the? Wait a second here. So, like, yo, you have this little section right here. Like, that's not Houston. But this and this is. It's like, wait a second here. It's just weird. Look at this. Check this out. Here, this is Houston, but not this here. This is weird, dude. Houston's a weird one. Look at this mess. So that's why I purposely skipped over Houston because I know which and you'll notice this here. Check this out. Oh, where is it? Oh, maybe I have to look for the boroughs. But anyway, New York City is kind of interesting as well. It's clear it's outlined them all. I think it's by borough. Like the way they outline the boroughs is really like it becomes a mess. I had a map before, but it's the same kind of thing. It's like all like spidery. You'll notice like these crazy like the crazier it is that Google like the harder it is to understand with Google and Google Maps like it's probably going to be high competition for you. Let's just put it that way. Like, so when we go back to Katy, though, here we'll outline this. I want to point this out to you. So here we are. So with our examples here, if I want to win, I'll just use this Katy example for the example. So Katy is actually made up, and I've kind of covered this before, but just as the last piece, and this is very, very important. Another way of leveraging AI, like Google, they've spent tons of dollars in understanding what's in this map. They even every picture, like look at watch, ready? Anything that's on these places here, they know not only the route, but they know exactly what is flipping here. You want to get away with something? See this? See this over here? Do it over here. You want to get away with something? See these little roads? Like they could see this stuff. But that's where you want to start a business. See this road here? Put it right there. You know, like you want to start your little GMB, you go right here, add your business right there. But this account's burnt, so not with this account. Anyway, moving forward, did I say that? Like, yo, you remember when maps first came out? Here, another one. Take a look at this. But you have to check the other maps. Like, Google's in big cahoots. Like, you would think like Microsoft and Google are competition, right? Well, then why is it that they auto sync? Right? They're not in competition. They're buddies. So you check over there, see what they have, and then you check over here because Bing and them guys over there like OpenMap. There's other foundations that they do all kinds of weird tracking too. So once you identify, like if Google doesn't know and these guys don't know, that's your spot. Remember when what's it called? Remember when maps first came out? Like what was it, 2015 or 16 or so? Like I forget. Like, dude, I used to talk to this dude Jensen, right? Like, yo, we were taking just pick anywhere. Like, take a little stroll up your road, and let's just say there was a parking lot. Well, that is now going to be our development. And we would just claim that like it was ours. Naming streets, you could do whatever you wanted. It was wild. It was awesome. So, but it reminds me of that. Like, find those spots that, like, all the foundations in Bing, like Bing will use all the other foundations and OpenMap and all this other crap. Like, you can read or take that and put, okay, who are lesser known entities that are associated to OpenMap and Acarellus or Gracanellus Foundation, and throw that into a tool of your favorite, not OpenAI, not Google, not any of like the main ones. Like, pick one that can crawl that you really like and ask that one, and it'll give you the list. And then you'll see what Bing works with. And as long as it doesn't show up, that'll be your spot. And then usually that'll hit for you. Just as a side note for you guys out there that are doing that. Here, last point. Drifting off here at 1:30 a.m. Let's go over here. Last piece. And then I'll answer questions. Do you have any questions? Ask. I'd be happy to chat. Who else am I going to talk to about this? I talked to my brother. I talked to my team. I talked to myself in this room. Right? I'd love to help you. So if you have anything I could help you with, let me know. I just sit alone just like you. So if there's something I could help you with, just ask. I just think about this like all day for a long time. So I might have your answer. I don't know. Ask. But here, I'll show you this. And I've outlined this kind of in different ways. You never know when it's going, I'm going to say it the right way for you. So here it is one more time. This is very, very, and the examples I want to utilize are these. So more case in point, this one, because they have like kind of like the layout that we like to use, but you want to give a little bit more information, and you want to start thinking about entities as well. Entities are people, places, things, organizations, but also locations, years, longitudes, latitudes, and zip codes. Okay. Streets, entities. All right. Entities there's always a hierarchy for everything. And an entity also means there's a tree of information that is said without saying it. When I use this entity, it actually means a hierarchy of other information. So just think to yourself, and relevance is rank. So if entities are actually a hierarchy or a tree of information that is said without saying all of the other information, and I can use a zip code, and I can use a street, and I can use a date, a street, a city, a town, a state, a county, a neighborhood. Let's get those in the page, because each of those are entity points, and those entity points are actually a hierarchy of information that is being stated within the page without saying all the other things. Are you with me? Okay, perfect. So when I say Baytown, well, Baytown, Texas, here, Baytown, Texas entity will also mean, well, it's a city, and it's a city that's in Texas. Okay. And it's 57 minutes from Katy. And this is the weather today. And then here's what the map looks like. But more importantly, here's the zip codes that are associated with it. Here's the population. Here's the area codes that are built within. Here's the congressional district. So I said Baytown, but the hierarchy of information, or the other entities that are within that hierarchy tree, are actually this right here. I said this, and it means all this, to put a visualization to what I'm saying, because I'm a visual thinker, right? So, and that's what I mean by this. So the more entities I pack into a page, the more I'm actually saying. It's kind of like a picture is 1,000 words. It's kind of like the same thing in a sense. But on top of that, the more entities I put, relevance is rank. Entities are critical for page rankings. So just to point that out. So the reason why I like this over here is when I'm coming into, say, Katy, because this will be the example. Katy, we come over here. I knew a young lady by the name of Katy, actually. Nice girl. Wasn't spelled this way, though, so I feel better. We zoom in. All right, we take a look. Katy Land, Whispering Springs. So see these little areas? Now this is small. There's 26,000 people. There's not too much to break down here. But here's Whispering Lakes. This is Katy. There's Katy Land, St. Thomas, Winchester. Wood Creek is over here. All right, you with me? If I have a page and I want to rank for Katy, and I also want to show up when somebody is searching from Katy Land, by having Katy Land and the zip codes that are associated, I'm not only relevant or more relevant for Katy, but I'm also relevant for Katy Land and all the other neighborhoods or towns that are within a city. So when I'm taking a look at this, and then here's what I want to point out. Oftentimes when you're looking at a search, you see how I can do a search that has a geo modifier. And usually, now this in this particular example, when I did like the Katy or the Houston, it didn't show. Again, it's always dependent on what Google's rewarding. But in most cases, if I have a page that is created and it's hyper optimized for AC repair Houston, right? Oftentimes what's going to happen is it's going to pull out the page that is targeting that specific. Like I have the exact match within the URL, the title, the H1. I created a location service page. But if I only created one page called AC repair and I talk about Houston, right? Plus Katy, are you with me? Or these other areas that are within Houston or Katy or whatever we're talking about at this present moment, kind of like how this guy did. Well, then what will happen is not only will I be relevant with the exact modifier, but when you take the modifier away and you just search for AC repair from Houston, now I'm more relevant for that. Are you with me? So you'll pack in all the entities that are associated with the location. And now I'm more relevant for the exact and the non-exact. But I have to say the actual word within the page. I don't need the exact page. But ideally, what I want to have is I want to make this a hyperlink or a jump link. It's an A tag. A tags are putting more emphasis on specific terms, right? So like to hammer this home, like I would have lit this up. If I'm going after Houston or this area, well, what's in there? Like they got some of them, but man, they would have been more relevant for Houston, ranked for the exact match and all the variations. Because think of the variations of text: replacement, install, repair, repairs, contractor, HVAC. Remember all those terms? Well, then there's location and location modifiers. And you're doing the same exact thing again for the locations. Like just because I'm talking about Houston, I can also be relevant for all this and probably everything else that's in this area too with that top level air conditioning page. But if there's other ones that I want to be hyper specific for, then I create the Outlander or I put an A tag within the top level page. So the last piece that I want to hammer home is, yes, you can get away with having an air conditioning page talking about Houston and Katy or whatever's in this area, if I'm authoritative enough. And yes, I can be more hyper relevant for all these little sub areas by adding them to the page, right? But here's the other piece that I noticed. The only reason generally that I would want to go ahead and create the page isn't because I want to win organically, but I want to win the maps as well. Think about your ads, right? Like what does Google protect the most? Their ads. Like what CTR, what clicks, what manipulation is the hardest to trick? The ad stuff, right? Like you can get over on maps, you can get over on organic all day. What's the hardest? It'll burn up all your proxies, burn out your tools, burn out your automation. They'll just like, it's always like a trouble, right? The ads. But think about how they work. If you want your ads, just think of something more simple like ad score, right? Like ad score. Think about that. If you want your ad score to go up, what do? Add the term to the flipping page, right? Google doesn't invent stuff. They add on to what they already are doing. So they'll take that same fundamentals from the thing that makes them their primary money and their already original thinking, and they'll just move it over to their search. It's the same algos. So what I'm leading to is, yes, I can have website.com, air conditioning, right? Probably spelled that wrong. I don't know. And I could be relevant just like these boys here, or this gentleman, or this brand, this company. And I could be relevant for all this and all this, right? With one top level page. See, these guys built out all the individual pages, and I'm thinking they probably have GBPs. And that's what I'm leading to. If I want to be a better winner for maps, though, I don't just want to make the A tags. Like, you can get away with just having this. If they took all of these and pack them in here, yeah, they could probably get away with it if they're authoritative enough and they have the age. But if I also want to be a dominant winner within maps, that's the time that I also want to have those location service pages. And that's when it starts to make sense. Like, I would have air conditioning, and then all those cities, I would then do this strategy on, but then I would create those geo-modified location pages if maps is important to you. Why? Because when I have those pages that are hyper relevant, I become even, just think about the ad scores. Like, I'm way more relevant for the term now. Like, I have a page that's just dedicated to that. And then to make it more relevant, I add the neighborhoods and the towns to it. But if organic, you probably want it all, right? Like me and the companies I work with. But oftentimes it's unachievable to have I can't get a maps listing. Like, yeah, I want to target that location, but I don't have a maps there. I can't get a maps there, but I still want to get organic traffic if I could get it. Well, if that's your case, build your top level page. But if you have maps in those other areas, you better build a top level location service page. And that's the point I'm getting at here. All right. I don't know how many tips that was. I'm sure that'll pull out to be some cool shorts. And maybe I can formulate these ideas to be more concise. This was more conversational. But what before I answer your questions, please, if you have anything that I could help you with, or if you have a question about maps, anything local, I focus my attention on its local business is is my specialty. All right. You know, but here, what did we break down? So we broke down, and then too, like, not once did I show you a tool or something that's going to change overnight, but something that's not going to change overnight with AI is that it's consistently moving, and how they have it set is they want it to be automated just like we want everything for us to be automated. It's constantly learning on the data that we're providing it. The data sets, like, why do you think, like, we all thought it was for us? It's not for us, it's for them. They started crawling everything to make it easier for them. They're automating in real time and updating in real time. They're making algorithm changes in real time. They're making changes to the SERPs in real time. Like, I think it's all automated. And they're using us to train data. I mean, there's original data sets, but that's not how it's moving forward. So in knowing this, everything we're talking about is using AI. It's leveraging AI to benefit your business. So that's that. I didn't show you any tools or something that's going to change tomorrow, some tool or some hack or some crap about building links. Nah, because that's fun, but that's not what makes money. Maybe for content videos, but not for like real businesses. That crap doesn't help. Businesses don't have time to be playing around with crap like that. I need something that I could do right now that's scalable, fast, and repeatable, that's going to guarantee dollars tomorrow, right? Like, okay, if I follow this process, is it going to be repeatable? Is it going to be scalable? And can I insert dollars into my business? Yes or no, Chris? That's like every business I talk to, that's it. They don't want to hear a strategy that's too hard to duplicate, or I need VAs, or some tool or some crap. What can I do to make money right now? You know, and I broke down the SEO tips that can lead to these things for you. That's really what it is. Anyway, here, let's answer questions. I'm going to lay out at the end what's going on. But let's see. You guys want to chat with me? I'm feeling chatty. Obviously. Obviously, Chris. Walter, what's up, dude? Great to see you. Now let's zoom in. I'm well rested. I'll zoom in today. All right. Hello. Hello to you, sir. Oh, it's in Chinese or Japanese. Well, hello, update whomever this is. Hello to you. Moving down the list, South Carolina. Excellent. Caught you live. Yes, you did. I was late. I was playing chess with little Chris and Lily. I smoked them both. Not to say much, but I am on level 13 on, that built in. Remember in the iPhone 5, that chest that was built in? No, maybe I'm on level 16. I play level 16 in Bobby Fischer's chest that in that built in game. 16. I'm like, mind you, there's 50 levels. I can win up to 16. So I don't know if that's good or bad, actually. I can smoke that computer all the way up to level 16 out of 50. And I can beat a 7-year-old and a 17-year-old. I don't know if that's good or not. Anyway, good to see you, South Charlotte Services. You want to know what? I'll see this, and first thing that pops in my head is Carolina. Remember that song, Petey Pablo? I think that's his name. North Carolina. I remember it when I was like a kid, a young man. Anyway, doesn't matter. Moving on. Just got back into town. Person turquoise waving. Okay, person turquoise waving. Cool, dude. I don't know what that means. Super chat, $10. Whoa, sweet. You made me a lot more than this last week. Mad love and respect. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, you hooked me up with the 10 spot. So you got me, well, you helped me. Well, Google is going to take $2 out of that. So you gave me $8. That's a delicious egg sandwich and 2 energy drinks. So thank you, sir. That's awesome. Thank you for that. And mad love and respect. It always says, if you get a donation, make sure that you read it, right? Like that's like a rule when you're reading the YouTube guidelines. So you made me a lot more than this last week. Mad love and respect coming from South Charlotte Services. Thank you, South Charlotte Services. My man. Thank you for that. Truly. Can you look at my updated page? South Charlotte Service.org. South Charlotte Service.org. South Charlotte Service.org. Yeah. I was maybe I'm holding off on the PR till I got structure right on subpages. Not finished updating the site. I'll take a look at it. Let me see. Are you the one? Did you have other questions here? Are you trained? Just main pages. Started working on location pages. 5 stars besides. Must have 5 stars besides search results. My main pages are starting to show up now. Page is still showing invalid items in Google because you're using a multi-node graph structure instead of the single local business block that works on your homepage and pages. Multi-node graph structure instead of a single local business block. It's making me use Rank Math Pro to get 5-star. Thinking about getting rid of Rank Math Pro. Any thoughts? I hate Rank Math. Am I allowed to say that? Yo, you want to know who reached out to me? Yoast. I hate Yoast, but I was like, man, they're like aren't they like top shelf? I can't change now, right? Like I love Yoast. I appreciate you. I was massively flattered. But no flipping way would I recommend that. No way. Not a chance. Not only do you charge for every single piece for every step of the way, but you over bloat the site, slow down the site. You charge me for every single upgrade. Like after I give you the initial, you keep dinging me. Like you're playing the value ladder trick on the marketing guy. Like I hate that stuff. You're doing the value ladder. On top of that, you slow down my site. And then on top of that, it's bloated. And then the whole time when I log into my dashboard, you're trying to serve me ads. Like your stuff, of course, not like actual ads. But like in the dashboard, the updates, it's all like Yoast crap. Like, no, I'm good, man. No, 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 no. That's not nice. I would never tell my guys or ladies or friends. No way. You'd have to give me like 100 racks for me to flip and do it. No way. I would never. Not even for that. Maybe for 100. All right, for 100, I'll recommend it. But you got to change all those things first. Maybe for 100, I might use it. I will consider using Yoast for $100,000. I'm just throwing that out there. Who won it? Who won it? I mean, you could change my mind. I could start to like Yoast, but the price is 100,000. All right, 50K. 50K, we'll start talking. Now that I think about it, 100's a little outlandish. Hey, Bay, and then South Charlotte service. We'll go take a look at that. I was just going down, but since you asked. And rank math. How did I get onto Yoast? Oh, because they reached out to me. I have I'll show you the email too, if you don't believe me. Oh, why wouldn't you believe me? Rank math. See, here's what I don't like about rank math. They take over the dashboard, right? Like, how there's pages, then they start throwing in their own terms and they throw up all kinds of warnings to clients about crap that doesn't matter. Are you with me? Like, yeah, they have some cool features, like the location sitemaps, and like, yeah, they do good structure, and their price point is fair, right? Like, they have a lot of things. I like Rank Math more than Yoast, right? I used to really like All-in-One, and then like last time I was using it, I wasn't big. I think like right now, I think I'd go with SEO Press. The price point is on like the value to cost ratio exceeds, and I don't have a coupon or a discount or a promo or nothing. It's just what we use. This is what we plug in. Like, I like SEO Press. I have full control. It's not bloated. It doesn't slow down the site. They don't pitch me. They don't send me a bunch of emails. It's cheap. It's unlimited sites. They have the newest stuff. Like, the value to cost is the best. And then the last piece with the rank math thing, because you asked, like, not only do they start screaming, see, like in SEO Press, it's just little dots, and then you can white label it. It like the client won't even see it. Like, I can completely white label that I'm using a plugin, because then they think like, oh, are you using this for SEO? And then they'll look at that and think like that's all SEO is. Like, dude, I assure you, if I optimize the title tag and the meta description and my score goes up to 100%, because I set the keyword, remember focus keyword? I set it, right? So I can make it any color I flipping want. You know how clients are. They're fun. They're awesome. I love clients. Without them, I would not survive. I mean this from a place of love. Anything cool is super polarizing. Like, anything good in life is always polarizing, right? Like, there's good and there's bad. Just like anything you love, right? Same thing with clients. Like, I love them, but not always. And that's one of those things. Like, I set the focus keyword. So, like, those colors don't matter because it's based on the keyword that I set at the end of the day. But anyway, I like that white label, and maybe other ones do it. And I wouldn't give them the time of day because I didn't want to mess with it. But the rank math, the last thing is they take over that dashboard. You know how like pages, posts, and then it's like pillar content, and then they have this sidebar thing. And then it like takes over the optimization within the page. And then there's like this short code crap. Like I'm not a fan of it. I like simple. 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 I like super complex, complicated, crazy stuff that's super simple. Right? Like it's doing a lot, but it's so smooth. That's what I like. Anyway, enough about that. Ouch. I don't know what do you use? Yeah, SEO Press. Love your answer. Got rid of Yoast years ago. Oh, and that's last piece. Getting rid of Yoast. Then on top of it, you erase the flipping thing, and it's still in every page. You have to go in the C panel and eradicate its existence for it to actually be removed from your system. Like they just leech. Oh, and then here, check this too. Go into your My PHP and then take a look at the back end. Like, you know how co-citation. Did you ever notice that in every flipping page, it's Yoast this, Yoast, 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 Yoast? In my opinion, right, on one guy. Like, think about this. If I go into a page and I put anything into the render DOM, Google is going to read it, right? Plus, with AI, it's even worse now. On top of that, if I were to just go in, like even if you just go to Chris Palmer, all of the content that's there is hidden within an SVG tag, right? I have based upon the intent of a searcher, the meta description and everything will change because I shoved all types of words. If you go look at my source code, you can see it. Everything about me is all actually in an SVG, and it'll change the meta description, right? The reason why I say this is Google's reading anything that's in the DOM, right? So with that being said, if every page is plastered with hyperlinks, even though they're not actually clickable, going back to Yoast, internal pages, testimonials, reviews, they have all kinds of links in there that never freaking leave unless you eradicate them. Do I believe that they're being seen by Google and having some type of benefit? Do you think it's a crazy coincidence that if you go searching for SEO plugins or anything related that Yoast is at the top, is it because they're such a dominant force? Maybe. Or could it be all these other extra little things? I don't know. What do I know? Moving down the list here. Enough about them. SEO group. Oh, gosh. Puka. Packaroo Supplements is promoting Din Boy Zex. Okay, brother. Oh, goodness gracious. I love you, man. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. I played that game. You know what? Early on, like we were. Never mind. I'm not even going to say it on recording. Doesn't matter. I wish you the best, brother. Not me. All right, let's check this guy's site out. Jose, my man. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Jose is a good guy. Great guy. California guy. Uh-oh. Gotta see Andy tomorrow. Oh, that's interesting. There's like a little message here. That's cool. I guess I have a 1 o'clock tomorrow. That's intriguing. I could have swore I had a 10 a.m. too. Anyway, a 1 o'clock tomorrow. Cool. But that's for Gray Hat, though. Oh, well. Awesome. Hooray, Gray Hat. Speaking of Gray Hat, grayhatseo.com. Taking it easy, focusing on maps. Really, there's only two things here, besides consulting, of course. I mean, if you want to chat, but it's really maps is what we're focused on. All right, enough chatter. Let's go see our friend over at, what's that URL again, brother? Toronto is a very populated area, so it definitely will be hard, but it will be possible. I run a web design agency across Canada and made a Toronto page. It ranks a few pages down. Can you suggest ways to improve it, like citations or better content? I will take a look at that next. Ooh, we have 2 questions. Cool. Yes, I would love to. I rank second in most TV mounting searches. RM locations might be good, but need more work. Rank math is making me use okay. I'm looking for the page. Invalid. I know you wrote it. Oh, South. Can I highlight this? No, you cannot, Chris. Okay, how about if I go here? Put you on timeout. I won't put you on timeout. Do you see that on the page? No? Here. Here, we're going to go over here to visit our friend. You see the block, put user on timeout. Get out of there. All right. What do I have to do? Click this. Place. Hide. Oh boy. Reply. Oh, I see. South Charlotte Service.org. Oh, good. Here, I won't have to type it out. Let's go take a look. Looking for deficits here. All right. Anything I say will be from a place of love. All right. Sometimes it might sound derogatory or mean, but I don't mean it that way at all. Okay. Oh, wow. That warm is horrible. Watermelon Celsius warm is disgusting. FYI. Shrine of Chris is growing. Anyway. Just watch him grow up on the wall. Well, and we hang out every day. It's rare though. It's like pieces and memories as we go. Anyway, moving forward. I know what you tried to do here. Okay, it's being read. You have it in a div. Content, review content. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see. Man, that is a cluster. My goodness. All right. Where were we? All right, so what we're looking at here, I'm sorry, I'll speak out loud. Um, so the aria, so I would mark elements within the page. You know, just like, have you seen a lot of top performing sites how they'll have that trust box show up, or whatever you want to call it, the cookie box, the consent box? Let's get that on the page. Let's start labeling this for people. Again, good friend, I go to Google's blog and take a look at what they're doing. And two, like, Google never sees the pretty, right? You lined everything up and it reads perfect and all this. Like, they just see this, right? So there's humans, and this is the best way to explain this too, is there's title tag and there's H1. Title tag is for the robot, right? The H1 is for the human being. So when in understanding this, then that means that I'm really speaking to two people at the same time, or two different intents, or two different thought processes. So in doing so, if I'm looking for a blueprint, who came up with this? So go over to their blog, or go over to what they're doing and what has the most eyeballs. Go to their AI stuff, their research, like their lab and all that. Go take a look at those blogs and all that writing, and then look at the code. See what they're doing. They're marking up headings. They're marking up everything, all the consent forms. Like, they're doing it through DNS, like a lot of the consent, but they're marking up everything for the hearing impaired. Like, they just do certain things. Like, their tech stack is different. The way they formulate the pages is different. Just take a look at that. One of them, a clear identifiable thing, is each object that's within a page that is an optimization zone, H tags, video, images, are titled, sized, referenced, captioned. Like, all the information is baked. And we'll leave it at that. And I would look at it from a code level. Definitely get this ARIA right. See, like, yeah, you're saying these things, like, it's built within whatever tool you're using, like your builder, or within your SEO plugin, and it's making the attempt, but you didn't take the extra time, and I would. So yeah, do that. Yeah, so you have that. A tags. Yeah. That's an A. See, you had a perfect, like, mark this up. Like, what is this? What does this say? You have an A tag here, but you didn't label it for the hearing impaired. I know that's a small thing. Get that on the page, right? If it's something that you care about and you want to rank, I didn't go to your internal page, but that's one piece. All right, deficit 2. These reviews are no longer your content, okay? So I want to have them on the page for conversion factors, and I may want to link to them. Let me see if you got that part in. No, the read more takes you to feed more content into a page. No. I wouldn't recommend doing that. I like this. This is going over here. Wait, what? All right, I won't go through that because I think you're be mindful on what you have front and center. There's rules, and like that's I don't know if this is coaching of some sort or premeditation, right? You know what I mean? Like, is that a qualifier? Be mindful on what you put there, and don't feed this content. And this content's not yours; it's Google's. All right. So I want to reference it. I want to link to it. Make it a photo. Make it an image. Make it a link back. Nothing's more relevant than Google. Nothing's more authoritative than Google, and nothing is more relevant to you, your business, and your services than one of your reviews. That's a do follow hyperlink all day. On top of that, we want to get as many link variations as possible and then break these up. I don't see the pop up here for the acceptance of cookies. Oh, consents. Good, 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 good. That's good. I like that. You're missing the ARIA or the hearing impaired stuff. I would fix that. You're missing. All right, so you have local business. So local business is a sub of organization. Organization is the Dundada, and everything is built within. Like, look up hierarchy. There's a hierarchy of schema, but there's a hierarchy of everything really. Anything to do with entities or semantic SEO. With that being said, I would make sure that we have organization, because in the organization, I talk about my webpage. I talk about the people who work at the company, the services I provide, my expertise, the questions and answers, the facts, the same as. There's so much data that I want to force cram into Google's mouth. And that hierarchy of information needs to be in a particular order. And it all needs to be there in order for Google to take that shove serious. So if you're going to do this, then do it right. Or skip it. It's the brand. Okay. If I assume you're leading your GBP to this page, and that's fair. So I can see why you would want to have competing terms in one of the most important sections within a page. But if I have a top level page targeting a area or a service, a primary service, I want to be very cautious on putting it into probably the most important zone of a page, especially on your homepage. I like what you're doing with the internal links. This is great. You're missing terms that are very important. I mean, these are awesome. This is great. Great, 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 great. Excellent. I like the usage here, but you can always add more. An easy, fast way, and you may be doing it on internal pages. Let's take a look together briefly. A good way to get your importance of a page up is by adding jump links to sections of a page. For instance, at the top of the page, and with AI, they make it so easy. Like, you just class an ID. My mistake. You ID the headings, and then each heading is a jump. That increases your A tag. A tags, or internal link flow, or the amount of A tags within a page, shows how important a page is. When I have something that's hyper, a top level page, or something that I want to win, one of the fastest, easiest ways to get it up without thinking about it, adding jump links to the H tags. Right? Like, go down the list. Contact us. Like, what do we do? Mounting service over a fireplace. Like, whatever the page is about, each section. And then if I really want to get crazy with it, you do the variations within that text of whatever the heading's about. For instance, if I'm doing TV mounting, TV mounts, but within a paragraph tag could be another jump link. So maybe I'm making a point. You know how Google does text link fragment, text highlight to text, right? They'll highlight paragraph text. There's a main idea or a main concept, an H tag, but then they'll have something highlighted to give more context to the overall content. It's the same within your page. It's almost like I'm building the text fragment or a snippet right? But within my own page. Like I'm just using that as an example, but think what Google does. That's what we're doing here. So I'm increasing the importance of a page that I want to rank with A tags. Okay. So internal links pointing to it from other pages and internal links, like the words that you use for internal links matter. So not only do I want to increase the overall internal links pointing to pages that I want to rank, like I assume you want to rank in Charlotte for TV mounting. So the TV mounting Charlotte page has a crap ton of internal links from other pages pointing to it with every variation under the sun, talking about TV mounting and mounts and mounting TVs and television mounts and right? Every flipping variation. But I also want to show even more importance or dominance within the page. And how I do for not only optimization, but showing importance is by using a tag. Hyperlinks within a page. That's how Google understands the context of a page, right? So a fast, easy way, jump links. Do your H tags. If I'm still trying to, now we're talking about tweaking a page here. Another thing to do is think about that text highlight, start doing in the P tags, right? I can break down context. I think law.com, is it law.com or one of those law sites? I can't think of it, but it's on the sidebar menu and it'll break down the heading tags and then it'll break down paragraphs within the text. I don't want to take credit for this, but I outlined this in a video one time, like a year ago. And then when Morgan & Morgan updated their site, when they went to they changed their structure, they started doing that. I'm not taking credit, but I'm sharing that with you. Dude, I didn't come up with it either. I saw the law dudes doing it and I was like, genius. I was like, I'm taking that. Like that was such a good idea. And they were killing it for everything. They still are probably. But anyway, I digress. I'm going to move forward. All right, back to the page. So finding deficits, but not really deficits. We're talking about tweaks within a page. And this is your home page. I doubt you want to win this one. But this is the page that you gave. So I assume you're probably crushing. I see you're going out of your way to make that connection. Like maps is important for you. It's important to all local businesses. And I want to show the importance to maps and the correlation back and forth. And I can see you starting to do that. Like one of these, like this one here. No, wait, where is it? Where is it? Maybe I was looking at someone else. What, I don't know what page I was on, but I saw a map. And you were starting to get it, but I want to point something out to you. Maybe it was the reviews or read our reviews or something. It went to a query. Okay. So this is where I know you're on the right track, but let me point you in the right direction here. So here, take a look at this. So I learned about this when we were building out the impression machine, right? Like we're trying to cycle through residential and mobile proxies to force feed impressions. This is when I learned about this section. And I can tell that you're trying to show that importance or that reciprocal linking back and forth, but I think you can do it better. And here's where I would do this from. So when we're looking for South Charlotte services, okay, same ideas, different links. All right. You're always looking for static links, never dynamic, right? And this sequence of words is interesting, but you may have missed it. And here's what I mean. So when you come in here, damn, you're booming, huh? Touche, sir. 300 reviews, my man. All right, I'm not here to get into GBP, but optimization of the page. So when you go down this list and you're looking at this profile, I want to point out a few things. So firstly, when you click on share, okay, this is dynamic, meaning that it will change based upon, it's force feeding information based upon me. It's unique and identifiable back to me. But they give some very critical things here. So if I click this, okay, they copied that, and then I open this up, it's going to give us some crucial information within this URL, okay? And there's a couple things here. One, they're giving us our machine readable entity ID, but they're also, if you scroll over here, they're going to also give you some other codes that are very interesting, like this right here, KGS. So here's your KGS, and here's your KGMID, and your machine readable entity ID. So that's one little taste or tip, and also things to add. This NKGS here, I just want to point this out to you. If I were to come inside of here, I won't do that. So I'm taking this, and that's that pop. We come over here, and TV mounting. South Charlotte, right? We come over here, South Charlotte. That's you, right? I think that's you. Either way, you get the point of what we're getting to. So I come over here and I want to take a look at a few things. All right, there's a lot of things that mean this, and you might want to take over, and you might be red when looking at a GeoGrid. So we come over here and we start taking a look. Oh, West Sugar Creek, University, Newell. Okay. And you could do more. But just for a case in point, zip codes work better because they mean more things. County zip codes are even better, or stating counties. But you get the point here. Primary term and term variations matter. And then with me, well, even if your name wasn't this, I didn't say the word service anywhere. Regardless, I've associated this to look for the reds. There you go. That's a little hint. But back to what we learned doing impressions. Other than that, here, come down here. See these? See these right here? Hours or up. I'll show you. How come? Or is this a service business? It's your dilly. Oh, I see. Okay, just a little bit trickier. Here, I'll do one that's easiest. Here, go out of this. Yo, your is so weird. How come you're not getting... You need to do some entity work. Something's not right with yours, brother. Something's not right here. I click on... Yeah, you're not This isn't right. Some's not right. South Charlotte. See, you see this right here? You're you're not getting VED overview. So nothing from AI has been generated. Here, let me show you something. So what I really wanted to get was the codes that were associated with your business. Okay? Like you saw, I showed you KGS. Here's Ludo, the CID, so customer identification number. See, I see a VED, but it's not showing it to us. Like it's not giving me the result. Here, I'll show you something. Gray Hat SEO agency, right? I come over here. I look up Gray Hat SEO agency or Gray Hat SEO Mountain View, right? And I come inside of here and I click on address. Fine. Okay. See this AI, see how it did this pop out, this VED, right? Very similar strings, but it's associated. I force fed your training set. How you're training AI isn't right because it's not popping right. Right? So what's this? What okay, practical advice. Start aggregation, start force feeding, name, address, phone number, who you are, what you do, where you're at. And just because I pulled these out doesn't mean that that's where you go. Google has quantum processing. They're taking into account, they're able to go and get the, like, dude, if Ahrefs can download petabytes of data, right, and show you an out Ahrefs, right? Like it's a company we both know. I'm just using this. They had petabytes of data downloaded. If they can do it, what do you think Google can do? So with that being said, Google is able to understand it all very quickly and update like this. Petabytes of data like this, right? I need them to understand everything about me, who works there, who, what, when, why, where, how, who I am, what I do, where I'm at, phone number, my firstborn child's name, even my signature, right? And I wanted to be able to spit it out and give you these. All right. I'm not seeing that, but the reason why I even brought all this up is because I just wanted to show you the link sequences. Okay. I'm not, these pieces here, anything that has these generated, okay, this means this. This means training data set. And I've spent the last 2 months understanding what pieces of information and what pieces of information first get uptaken. But with that being said, that's when I figured out that there's a hierarchy of information and also how it's showcased to you is in a hierarchy. There's a lot more than I want to discuss right this very second. But what I'm telling you though is you need to do more work letting Google know that you're the authority. And I had a domain and we're working, we're that's all I have to say. Thank you. Moving forward. You have some of the pieces in here. John Clay. Starting to teach it. Okay. Yep. Homepage is cool and you want to reiterate, but there's not a meet the team. Get a meet the team on here or something along those lines. Like, it's cool. I mean, it's excellent having it on this homepage. And look, you're even going out and you're piecing these together. But start looking for aggregators and other distribution channels. And where can large data sets be uptaken rapidly that are on authoritative platforms? Where can you force feed data fast on authoritative platforms? Huge. I see one of them here. But the information that you put out on those citations and directories or any authoritative source, like, I don't got to go out there and start dishing out $400 a link to set up an authoritative source. But what I do need is I need it set on my asset and other assets. And then where can it be reiterated from an authority source at scale, fast? You have one of them here. Two of them. There's two of them here. Like, one of them is this right here. This is a great source. They caption all their video. They're captioning. They have the audio. You start looking at the source code, dude. They're filing everything. Like, they're crazy. LinkedIn's wild. Anyway, that's that. Moving forward. Multiple sources. You have the outbounds. All right, let's start looking at the page itself. What's your big primary? Let's see what Google thinks. I'm going to determine what Google thinks. I mean, I could just ask you, but it's more fun to do it this way. You are what Google says you are. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for you. I don't know what I did wrong here. I hope something. That's not good. What'd you do? What'd I do, I should say. Oh. All right, I found it. Well, Chris, let me teach you about HTTP and HTTPS. All right, anyway, moving on. My man. Nice distribution. It's not coming in for primarily my name. Oh, it's a problem. All right. You remember that last site that we just looked at? Now, it read like a book, and I think they've either been in business forever. There's three things going on. Either they've been in business forever, they're pumping ads like nobody's business and spending mega bucks, stupid money on their own name, paying for clicks. Like, maybe they're doing it because the CPC guy wants to look like he's doing something. So he's running AdWords on his own name. So he's getting the clicks and getting paid, right? Or the last one is they're pushing traffic and associating their name to their service, right? Like, when you look down the list of primary services that they were organically generating traffic for, they were also firstly in the list. What you noticed was it read like a book. Whatever name plus plumbing, whatever name plus HVAC, whatever name plus electrical, like, it was all brand and brand related searches first. Like, their customers were associating their name being synonymous with the services they provided in the areas they provided them in, right? Like, I think the first 13 keywords were brand name plus service plus Houston, right? That Acabus or whatever, you can go and look. Like, it read like a book. And it was obscene amounts of traffic. Like, honestly, do you really think that 60% of the overall traffic coming to their site was somebody literally typing their name plus service? Like, who do they think they are? Coca-Cola? Right? Who knows? What do I know? It's either CPC or they're running it. Like, I don't think that's organic. Like, they paid for that. They paid for it in one way or another. Either manipulated, which would have been a tenth of the cost, or they've been paying Google out the wazoo. One of them. I don't know which one that is. And I don't pay for the upgraded thing. I guess I could go figure it out, but it doesn't matter. But the reason why I'm mentioning this to you is, even though I love that our name is this, I love that it's service keyword first, but usually when I see this, there's going to be a dip that happens. Are you producing informational content at a rapid rate? Like, why is there a distribution of traffic percentage like this? Something's not right. Are you did you add more services? Like, the only time I ever see this is I'm pumping content into Google, right? Usually on the informational side. Or I've added a boatload more pages that are based upon service key term. And I'm in transitional rank. Either that or I've just launched the website. Like, this is very uncommon for an established business. But when it is on an established business, it's usually good. But I mean, these aren't outrageous numbers, but still, this is a good distribution. This is actual clicks. This is click percentage. But I don't see any brand associated to the services I provide. Like, there's nobody coming in like, this is interesting to me. But what I really want to know is, what's your top? It's this expert TV. All right, brother, you have a problem here. Oh. Ouch. What the hell? Hayes died. My dog died. Yeah, that sucked. But I swear there was a flea on me just now. There wasn't. But it made me think. I'm like, dude, what the heck is jumping up? Like, I felt something. I think it's just a fan. It's blowing on my hairy legs. And I'm like, dude, there's something on me. It's just the hair. But it made me think of the pup. Anyway, back to your asset here. So here's a identifiable problem, and if it's on top pages, I can only imagine the heck storm that you're about to endure, right? Well, I'm taking a look at this here. See this page here? So South Charlotte expert TV mounting top level page, 5%, 84 clicks. This one here. South Charlotte. Okay, so you have a calculator. Okay. But then right down here, I have another page that's getting 3%. So very close to traffic. Higher percentile of competition. That means there's more people targeting the key term. Not necessarily it'll make you more money. But in any case, aren't these two things the same? So this is the page that's targeting it. Swiveled TV mount, TV wall mount height calculator. So that's I think you may be building content too close to one another. Like, do that research first. Something we just talked about. Like, I'm thinking about creating a page. Okay, let's take a look at the best performing pages that we already have for the services we provide, but what's actually generating clicks. Also taking into account where it's coming from, right? Something that, this one's not doing. So if it's coming from maps, like, okay, see this traffic here is coming in, so that's my name. This should actually be up here, but it's not, but that's okay. But this is coming in from maps. But see this one and this one? Like, dude, these are close. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, it's this one here. I'm going to bed. Yeah, this one. Like, dude, these are close, brother. But take a look at what you already have. Look at your actual service pages before you start creating more content. Like, yeah, the term is separate, but these pages are so close. That means the primary optimization zones are close, right? Like what the head term is. So if the head terms are close to one another, meaning, like, look at this TV mounts for your situation, and then we have TV mounts, expert TV mounting. You mean to say that I can't talk about swivels and heights and being an expert in South Charlotte on one page? I find that hard to believe, right? And yes, you're being rewarded twice right now, right now. But if you keep executing on this, creating content that's hyper close to one another that should really be combined into one page, because of your earlier success, because you're reaching success right now, you'll keep executing. Meanwhile, you're really eating yourself. I would nip this in the butt immediately. So be more thoughtful before you create content. Combine what you can. So that can be a problem. Like, it all looks great right now, but you keep going, there's going to be an issue. All right, just saying. Yeah. Never. Okay, but no, quick piece. If if Roku TVs, I don't. Roku's been around for quite a while, right? Always create evergreen content. Don't append a date to a piece of content. Now, why? Because page age is such a factor. I personally don't think that Roku's going anywhere. Where they've been a main player, plus they're pre-built into almost every TV, right? Every TV that's flipped, like all Walmart's crap. Like, you know how they have, like, when you look at their serial numbers, Best Buy, Walmart, like, they have their own versions and they're pre-installed with this junk, right? So, like, two huge sources flipping their stuff. I don't think they're going anywhere. They're locked in. So with that being said, that means it's a company they're going to be making money. That means we're going to be fixing them or mounting them or whatever we're doing, right? This should be evergreen. I don't want to every year. I don't want to lose this age, lose the links, lose the equity. Plus, it's almost a percentile. It could lead to lots of potential business. And I'm just using this as an example. I don't care about this one article, but just for future. Never ever put years. For one, I don't want to have to double back and write content again. I don't want to create a new page. I don't want to have to redirect a page. I don't want to have to build more links. I want to create it one time, become the authority on said subject, and move on with my life, right? And I know you do too. So there you go. There's another one. So that's enough about this. What else you got? Is this a logo? Can this logo be read with OCR? Even in the simplest tools. Entities and hierarchy of entities are important. South Charlotte Services. Oh yeah, this one's crisp. Okay. All right. Just making sure, man. I'm just making sure. Look at the sort order, though. Do you think, like, Facebook is going to whoop them for other reasons, right? But this is a dude mounting on an authoritative domain. But take a look at the pictures that are winning, okay? Do you think that it's a coincidence that words, only for now, Google's been acquiring, if you go look at the new, do a patent search on Google, on USPTO or whatever, and look at their most recent patents in the last 90 days, they've been acquiring image, they must have had 20 new patents, dude. All image related. Like, that's what, images are important. So this is crisp and clear. Good work. This also looks like what's that text called? Like Arial, Tamaka, web safe fonts. Always use web safe fonts. Why? So there's no mix up for the OCR. I know that's not what they're using. They have some new fancy crap, but they're always just building on top of what already exists or what already works. So once you know what the foundation is or the fundamentals, they're just tweaking. So if master the fundamentals always. Fundamentals are web safe fonts. Okay. So it's not a coincidence that the clear, crisp, huge, big, bold primary text is what works. I searched for this, and this flipper, BBB, big, says it. Like South Charlotte. It's not a coincidence. I mean, you're up there, you're playing ball, but we're a page one guy. We're a row one kind of guys, not row two, right? Like, all right, I'm a row two guy. Uh, actually, I'm row one too. My made up. I'm a row oneer and a row twoer. I am row one and row two. And I'm not telling you who my fake guy is either. But he's one of these dudes right up here. I'm not telling you which one it is though, because I don't want you guys following that poor guy. But it is one of these dudes up here. So which one is it? I wonder. I won't tell. Moving on. See, at first I was using me. Like I was making up okay, we started a new brand. I need to put a face to the name. And I was gonna use me, but just change it around. Right? But for me, Chris Palmer Marketing, I already switched my name around. Right? Um I already used my middle name first. And then I was just gonna run with my actual name. But I was like, better not do that. So that's that. Anyway. Good. Isn't okay. 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 Just making sure. I could have swore that was in Colorado. Oh, and I see where we work. I see. Yeah. Lots of internal links. My man. I mean, the the hard structure of the site is interesting, by the way. Um don't fall into this trap, man. See, you're falling for it. Oh, brother. All right, here. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're catching it. Smart. Okay. You either figured it out. These are brilliant. This is the shiz. This is a blended syrup. Blended syrup. Blended syrup. Beautiful. 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 Ah, okay. I could be wrong. My man. Uh 208%. I I mean they're stealing. They're not getting you too bad. Okay. I assume you figured out blended SERPs looking at what you have. So I won't see what got me. I was just looking. What got me on that little trail there was I was looking at your traffic percentages. Um and I was seeing I was seeing this, right? A huge percentage, also a large percentage of overall traffic. I mean, I like this much better, right? These two. But I noticed the influx. Like you had a 900% increase in the informational slash AI stuff, right? Also, on top of that, what triggered it for me was I go down in here and I start looking at what's internally linked across the site, what's being promoted from the homepage, which is informational. And then I was looking at your traffic percentages, the new pages, the stuff that's starting to take. And I was thinking to myself, man, he's falling for the AI trap, right? The informational. I'm going to screw over my business, but I'm going to get a bunch of traffic trap, right? Like it looks good, and it could be, but we don't know what they're going to do tomorrow. Like we know the supporting content is good, but if I'm catching AI overviews and in the short term I'm getting visibility and potential traffic, like we don't know what site links are going to change. We don't know what's going to be there tomorrow. What we do know is that generally there's site links with blended. And if it's blended, then that means it already has commercial based intent, which means that I can have a service page within organic. So if they strip all my AI away, I'm still probably in the SERPs, right? So I think your strategy is good. It is supporting a primary service. You're primarily going after the blended, where there's going to be transactional or commercial intertwined with the info. So I think you know, my initial thoughts are not true for you yet, but be mindful on that. Don't fall into that. Like I'll talk to businesses and they'll just be like cranking out all these blogs, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, and then you go and look and like, yeah, in your case, you got it done. You're doing it, right? But I've seen the same thing where the 208, yep, it's all AI, and yep, it looks good, but there's no site links. It's not leading to a click, and their sales aren't increasing. So, like, yeah, they've doubled or tripled their overall traffic, potentially leading into information, but the information is not information assisted selling. It doesn't support the main idea, and it's not a blended SERP. And if they take away the AI, then they pretty much lost all their traffic to their website overall in general. Not that I think they're going to take it away, but I don't know. They do crazy things. So, all right, there's nothing really to see there. We talked about the links. We talked about the ARIA. Oh, that's what I was looking for. All right, last thing. Let's see how you're doing. So, big primary is calculator. See, the calculator actually has pretty good intent. It's a blended, that's blended right there. Perfect example. Beautiful. Like, I talked to a guy, a person. It wasn't actually a guy. It was a guy and his wife. And they had a big idea. This was a follow-up project that I took on right after we did the real estate stuff. And we were doing something in the home service space, but really the site was only focused around calculator because it serviced both intents. It was showing up in both SERPs, and we ran with it, and it's flourishing just like this. And then when AI took, like, that's a good project. I'm hoping that it cashes out in the next 8 or 9 months like the real estate did. All right. So your top key term besides info is what? And then I'm out of here. I'll answer any questions that you may have, but I'm going to bed after this. I only took my extra time because for you, you're always in the chat, and you always take time. You give me thumbs up on my vids, and I appreciate that. And you gave me $10. And plus there wasn't really many other questions, to be quite frank. And I wasn't tired, but now I'm starting to get tired. But let's take a look. I'm looking for a high commercial intent that's actually doing something that you would want. I think this one's good. Oh my gosh. You and these dang dates, bro. Cut it out. You like adding them dates, huh? Why? Because you're grabbing these? What are you getting? Yeah, all right. There's a give and take to everything. Like what? When you're penning the dates, what you're grabbing some type of feature. With every plus, there's a minus. I just I don't want to have to keep reproducing. Like, the negatives, in my opinion, outweigh the positives. Oh, I like this. And then you're probably doubling that up, right? Are you? Probably are. Smart. Excellent. You're following this. You're doing a lot right. Okay. Well, I would assume that this is probably one of the main ones that you want, huh? Right? High commercial. Maps is connected. Going to the home page. Okie dokie. And did you have it in the title, even though I would hate that? You do. Okay. All right, so that's the big dundada. That's the big dundada. Right? Is that the dundada? It is. Okay, that's the one. All right, let's give it. Let's see here. Meh. You ever see the Minecraft movie? The guy's like, meh. All right. Do you know what I'm saying? So, tell the tale. I would assume you're number one for TV mounting. But I've been surprised before. There's that. Oh, you're not. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. You are page one. Oh, that magical number 7 spot. Oh, that's fun. Okay, and then this freaking guy. This guy's got to go. Oh, he's paying to be up there. Okay. I don't even know him. And then you move up. Yeah. Unacceptable. Is Smiley Face the dude down there? I hope not. TV Mount Master. Oh my god, this guy's got to go. All right. The Mount Master. It's funny. The Mount Master. Oh, that's hysterical. Is that man's name? Let me double check that one more time. That's what he named himself. So he mounted this. Yeah, he mounted that on the wall there. Good for him. Good job, buddy. All in the same day. Same house. Oh, you did 2 rooms. He's very proud of doing the same room. Hey, good for him. That was his first and only job ever. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's competition as far as I'm concerned. Oh boy. This doesn't. Oh my goodness. Those were the 2 we picked? Really? Come on, Jay. What are you doing, dude? Oh my gosh. Combat veteran. Well, okay. I'll be easy on you then. Oh, you're following this guy here. Well, he's got the count right. No description. Old school. This picture, though. Get a picture. Where are you at? Get a picture. Are you on here? You know, I don't know who the primary demographic is to get TVs mounted. I would assume it's. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I got like I got this like Rayotech little thing, right? Like I bought like a laser, and then I got a stud finder, and I like level out the thing that you mount on the wall. I find the stud, I level it out, I drilled the thing in, and then I hung the TV, right? So it's it was fun. Me and little Chris did it, right? I've done it lots of times. But like if I were calling somebody, right? I mean, I don't want a giant person coming into my house with a beanie on, right? And like this doesn't scream I want to let you in my house, right? Like not a chance. So, taking that into effect, especially like I'm at work, like I would probably like tell my daughter or like my wife, like, yo, I'm gonna have this dude come in and do this, right? like I don't have that sense of trust. Now the combat veteran thing helps me personally. The skull is a little discouraging, but that's okay. Um yeah, I might let that rock. But with that being said, and then up at the top, you know, you had a fun night. Like, it's just not. I want to see smiles. I want to convey trust as soon as I lay eyes. The formatting, the colors used, the photos, and the logo do not convey trust. But with that being said, on another note, and this is your competition, mind you, sir, when I take a look at this, this is old school doing this. I used to do this, but they're following formula. Like, I almost want to say, like, this guy may also watch us or know, the way this is formatted, though, this is AI. They're putting certain things in here to make it hyper relevant. These are all entity based. They understand having certain key elements within the page. Google is a California based company, so they're also leveraging other things that I see within this page that could potentially get an enhancement, especially coming from a California based company, Google. Um, you know, yeah, they got the math right though. So these guys know how to count. Yep, super high prominence that all matches. Look at that's where you're missing. See, like you have the right order, reads like a book, but the prominence doesn't match. See, these guys have this in order. Very high density, so word prominence. So term frequency to inverse document frequency is relatively high because the word count is low as opposed to this, right? So like we're actually less relevant for these terms here based upon overall word count, even though we said it this many times, right? So they're a little bit higher. It means more because they have half the amount of words. My man. No variant. So no variation that the big winner has. Uh-huh. Mountain Charlotte. Or Mounting Charlotte. That's nice. 5 appliances. Interesting. What is it? TV mounting 3-word phrase? Ah, follow. Dryer ovens, gas dryers, gas dryers, electric dryers, gas. Interesting. Yeah, you have different keyword types. Dryers, are those appliances? Yeah. Yeah, see, I assume this is you, yes? I knew it. Um, oh man, these guys are a flipping problem, dude. These guys are a problem right here. I know this brand. These guys are a flipping problem. This, I forget if this is a company or like a directory or whatever, but I remember these guys know what's up. Yeah, these guys are an issue. Damn, these guys are beat. Dude. Yo, what is up with this? I can't believe this guy's beating us. Are you kidding me right now? Dude, this is unacceptable. Hooray for him. Mind you, I don't work on this site. I know this gentleman, all right, so he's got close, man. Close, but no cigar. So there's that. No, this is this. Are you using automated link building, dude? Cut that crap out. Don't point that stuff to your site, bro. Everything else, but not your site. Point it to your citations. Point it to your directories. Point it to anything that's not a privately held PBN, even a well-curated PBN, like from the likes of any company out there selling links. I don't care how nice the site looks or how fake their traffic or perceived traffic is. Still don't rock their world with automated links. But, real sites that are publishing or news or citation or directory that have a billion links, but not pointing to your page, fire it at yours, right? But to sites that can handle rocking it, then you can do 6 links that say the same thing. And this strategy is amazing, right? But you don't do 215 saying the same thing. If I want to maximize value, I could use the same site, but say it twice or 3 times, not 215 times, and definitely not generic. For instance, I want to win TV mounting. I can't tell, though, that we want to win that, right? Like, there's no context to the content. Like, maybe this one, right? And then when I'm building this in, like, this is the services, and that's cool. Like, this is good. But this 86 domains, that would mean that so every site says South Charlotte services at least 5 times. Like, that's too much, bro. That's too much. Once or twice. All right? 2 times. Like, this is cool. Well, no, this is not good. Like, if this one, like, see this ratio here? 2 domains 3 times. Even if this said 4, like, that's a good ratio. 2, right? But ideally, it's like I can get the same links, but I usually want to use a variation of text. Okay, but that's besides the point. Now, without even looking, all right, so here, let me see a few things here. Construction maintenance. Okay, this is a good category. I have 20. So category is probably correct. Anchors, without looking, I know for a fact that Mounting Charlotte, right, or whatever his name is, like this guy went out to Cheetahs and was like, all right, write me a review. Like, that's fun. Excellent work. But not for a business. but he's doing a lot right. I bet you if we come into here, freaking Jay. I didn't even need to look. Like, we already know. We knew he was firing those in there. Like, look at this. And this guy went completely insane. Like, I might even help this guy out. Ah. Interesting. Could it be? Oh, no, not me. Couldn't be. He's just randomly building. He's just getting whatever he can. So a site's been classified here. All right, bro. So yeah, he's just building crap. But look at the classification. It's clear. All right, so new deficit, another deficit. So I like that you're doing the branded, but we have to get a little bit more specific with primary service and service anchor text, giving context to the content that we're pointing to. Also, minimize the amount of links saying the same thing, right? Like, if I have 86 referring domains, or let's just say 80, so I can do multiplication quickly without thinking about it really, then I only want to see 160 maximum backlinks from those 80 domains. Are you with me? That's 2 outbound links per site saying the same thing. Really, I want it to be a variation. So, like, if I have 80 referring domain links, right? And let's just say that creates 160 backlinks, right? That's 160 different anchors. Let's split that in half or more. Split those in half and then use the variations. So TV mount, TV mounting, more notably the anchor text that we want to build in, like go see your boy, right? Oh, my mistake. Take a look. All right. Well, what's he getting rewarded for? Right here, look at. Is it here? Like, they're going to give us the play. So TV mount, mounting service, appliance repair. Is the TV considered an appliance? So let's get that word. That's a co-occurring key phrase. Are you with me? Like, these are the term and term variations. I'm just using these as examples. I'm sure there's more. But if I'm going to use the same site because I'm skimping on budget to buy unique referrings, that's fine. I do it. I know. I get it. Well, we need to vary that anchor text so I can get credit for the context pointing to the pages. I need to, and I can't use, because we know that it's baked into the algo. If I use the same anchor at high scale, either Google is going to devalue or I'm going to get dinged. Now, Google doesn't really ding anymore. It's all algorithmic. So they're going to devalue, right? So what I mean is, if I go out there and I build 2,000 links, better yet, 4,000 on 2,000 domains, and I say TV mounting 4,000 freaking times in the anchor text, I'm no longer going to get credit for that. I've overextended that particular factor. But if I use the same exact thing, 4,000 links, 2,000 sites, but every anchor is a variation. Now I have tons of co-occurring key phrases. I have tons of context, and I get credit for all of those terms. Each of the terms and term variations and entities, think of the things that make your page optimal, right? Entities, co-occurring key phrases, variations, primary key term locations. That's your anchor text pointing into the page. Are you with me? Okay. So anchor text diversity, that's what anchor text diversity means. You really would like referring to IP diversity too, but if we're on a budget, I get it. We're mounting TVs, cool. It's fine. I've been on a budget forever. Like you can work around that, but you got to be slick. Oh, and then two, it's clear. Like I pulled up two, but your top guy, and when I search for the non-geo modified term past TaskRabbit, like when I start looking at these, like TV mounting, primary service, searching from area of interest, right? I look down the list here. We already saw that this guy here up at the top that's ranking with the geo modifier and non-geo modifier, his site has been classified as consumer electronic, right? On top of that, we can see his other category of links, and that's cool. But consumer electronic, TaskRabbit is a huge site, so their diversity and categories will be all over the place because they're doing all kinds of shite. So I'm going to skip over them. Home Depot, true authority. But when we come down here to this guy, guess what his site was categorized as? Consumer electronics. So what category links are we buying into? Construction maintenance, consumer electronics. Start diversifying your anchor text and start building in. Dude, you're going to rock this, dude. You're on page, take a look at your co-occurring key phrases. See, something that he's doing that you're not doing is he's using appliance words. Appliances and other electronics and brand names, those are all co-occurring key phrases. Like he's saying microwave and appliance and refrigerator, and he has all those words. You're saying words like handyman, TV mounting, TV. Like your co-occurring key phrases and his are wildly different. Your 2-word, 3-word, and 4-word phrases, wildly different. Primary density of the page, wildly different. If you want to win TV mounting, take a look at those co-occurring key phrases. Like you get the structure, you get the headings, like focus on those things we just talked about, and you'll move up in position. It's not like you're doing bad, you're relevant, but you can be number one. You will be number one if you've listened to these words. You will be number one. It's just you have and we're there. Here's what's great. If you follow the tip, I won't reiterate it, but if you follow the tip on the cheat, now I don't know what Google's going to do tomorrow, but if you do that cheat that I mentioned with the anchor text variations between domains, I don't know what Google will do tomorrow, but now okay, I got the links. So that means these changes, in order to get in position, aren't money, they're time. Because it's all on-page change. It's a lot of on-page changes, being more semantically correct. And then if I want to build links, like I didn't see any consumer electronic, but the top performers are consumer electronic. You don't have any in your list. You have the construction maintenance. That's your second primary category. That's great. But we need that consumer electronic. And remember, I don't need the exact links that these freaks have. I just need to be in the link graph, because links that are in the same category, it's like we're all connected. It's by the link graph, because at some point they're connected to each other. I just need those types. And the site is categorized based upon the links that it receives. Period. So I don't need those exact ones. I just need to be in that category so I get in that link graph. In the link graph, there's two primaries that we care about right now for this business: construction maintenance, consumer electronic. Easy peasy. What's great about consumer electronic is start looking around at those start. They're not direct. I'm trying to think what they call them. They're almost like sale boards. I was going to say directories, but they're not directories. It's not Facebook Marketplace, but like that. All right. So I've seen a lot of them, and dude, those consumer electronic ones, those show up in link forms all the time. I see that category is easy to acquire. Like, you know how many failed affiliate like that category is easy. So you shouldn't have trouble grabbing them links. Those should be cheap. Those should be $10, $5 links all day. So I wish you the best, brother. That's all I have to say about that. I'm going to bed. I love you guys. I wish you the best. And then what? Toronto? Well, I said I would do it. I might take a very fast look. Oh my goodness gracious. I need it. It's so pretty. I mean, it's it's your site. No, the Roku's not hurting you. No. No, it's a helper. It's a great page. But it's going to be a pain in your cookies later. You know what I mean? Only because you put that year modifier on there. If you change that to the new year or leave it up there, for one, if you leave it there and then create the next year or a page that has no year modifier, now I'm diluting or cannibalizing, right? Because I'm really competing for the same thing. If I create new or updated content and it's 2026 and it still says 2025 in the URL, that sucks. So what I would do is create that page, put it in your sitemap, put it in your structure, get it in your skeleton. Let that page start to generate some age. Ride that 2025 Roku page. And this goes for any page always. Like, say you messed up, don't go in there and eradicate or change anything. Let it, especially if it's getting traffic, right? Ride that wave, but get yourself in position. So as soon as when midnight strikes 12 on to 2026, we immediately kill that 2025 page, move it over to the evergreen page and rip that content right out of there. And then if that page is clicking with traffic and it has links, 301 it to the brand new page. And that's it. Call it a day. Let that redirect sit for 90 days and then 410 that page. Toast. And then go right into Google Search Console, submit for outdated content. See ya. And then move on with your life. We retained the traffic, we rode the wave, and we learned a valuable lesson. I know what to work on now. Cool. Google review. It's pretty, but it's hurting your page. You're rating your page with content that's not yours. And two, like I love, like, I don't know how those reviews are generated. You have a lot of them as opposed to your competition. With that said, like, I don't know, like, hey, I don't care how you get them, right? But what I do care about, though, and why I'm saying that is that means that there might be the right words within there. However, you're probably also acquiring other reviews. And Sally from South Park did not say the right co-occurring words or locations or information that's relevant for me for TV Mountain in South Charlotte. So, how many Sallys or Jessies or Johns or Timmys and Billies do I have throwing off the weight of my flipping page? And on top of it, now Google's mad at me because I'm feeding their content. Then I would get rid of it. Take pictures of it. Make it pictures. You know? So that's that. I am competing with a lot of doctors. Yes, I am. It's hard to compete with a doctor, my friend. Especially, doctor's been on Tim Ferriss. Dude, he's been on with Jordan Peterson. Like, the guy that has the Chris Palmer name, this guy's flipping everywhere. And then, like, he's got the polarizing effect. Like, he says stuff that's, like, out of pocket. Like, dude. I've looked back in time at my last name, and it's an interesting thing. Like, dude, there's golfers, they're producing all kinds of like tea and stuff, right? They're like co-founding tea companies. Then we got the chocolate guys. Then we got this doctor out here pitching all kinds of crap. And there's more than that too. Like, I don't know what it is with that his last name, dude. But yeah, a lot of competition out there. It's funny. Why can't I have like a unique name? Oh well. Unique in a different way. All right, I'm out of here. I love you guys. I'm going to bed. Good night, Chris. Yep, you knew it, Jose. You know me, huh? All right, got off half as many words using the link whisper. Oh gosh, get rid of that. I mean, that was good. It well, I don't want to. I don't mean it like that. Great idea, great concept, but don't just let it run wild. Um, PRs are cool. I let some maniac run SEO. Okay, fair enough. All right. Jeez Louise. Thank you, man. Tell Michael I'll buy tomorrow. Thank you. You don't, I mean, it's up to you. Hey, Chris, I asked a question earlier. You said you would get to. I'd love your input. All right. I got you, dude. I did say reviews are like pulling teeth. They are. All right, B Rage. I got you, man. I did say. So let's see what you got going on. I'll do it for you. What's better, Google or Meta? I used to use RankerX, not so much now, more of a website submitter kind of a guy, but I used to. I used to. It's probably been 2 years since I messed around with RankerX. Uh, uh so just Samrush Jose. Where is that site? Man, I'm looking for your question, dude. Oh, look at what I said. He's raging. Be rage baited. Oh, that's funny. Now he's raging. He's like exclamation point. Dude, I'll do it. I'll do it. I got you, B Rage. Don't worry, man. Toronto is very populated. It's hard. Okay. Web design in Canada. Okay, so web design Toronto. Hmm. Interesting query in an interesting area and a very nice image. Be rage baited. Do I know you? Do I know you? Does your first name start with an S? Let's take a look here. Let me see. I'll know almost instantly. Oh, gosh, no. Well, you never know. Dude, you are cranking out. I mean, I mean this with a grain of like these video. Like, I would never sit and watch something like this, right? But you are just banging out these like Hero Brind ruined Valentine's for me. 6,000 views. Like, first video at least published, all within the same. Pay the rent 2K. Like right out the gate, 13,000, 15,000. Flipping insanity. I love it. Awesome, dude. Problems with these shorts? Oh, and this is just you. Oh my gosh. So this is just. Dude, you got me intrigued, bro. You've got my attention. Dude, you are banging them. You're getting all these. Oh, man, did you give up? Don't do it, man. Oh, don't give up now. Dude, these are crazy amounts of views. And what's the effort on these videos? Like none. This is awesome. Keep going, dude. Don't rage or do. Oh, anyway. Cool, man. Are you a kid? It doesn't matter. It's so much better if you're interested in SEO and you're a very young gentleman. Anyway. All right, I'll help you out. Here we go. See, now I'm more invested in what you need. See this? Because I see the issue with this though, or why you may have stopped, I don't know, is you're making these, and even though it may be low effort or done with AI of some sort, there's still effort involved, and then you're dwelling on things. If it was just purely to make money, like shorts don't make any money at all. They get a bunch of views, but they don't make anything. Like you got to get hundreds of thousands of views, and you got to crank out like a bazillion a day as fast as you possibly can to make money off of this. And then then you're thinking about who knows what all day long. Like I don't know anything about Minecraft. Little Chris likes Minecraft. Anyway, enough about Minecraft. Moving on. But here, my guy wants to rank for web design in Toronto, huh? Well. You have your work cut out for you. I'll tell you this much. That I can assure you. But, oh, AI mode. Wow, a new button. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. Come over here. Man, I'm sweating my cookies off. Yeah, but dude, 15,000 views out of the gate, bro. If I got 15,000 views on a video that took me 20 seconds to make, I would like lose my mind. Like I would never. I would have like a million videos. Like I would just be running that up. Like I would have lost my mind if I hit 15K. Like the first video I ever made got like 13 views, and I was like, yes. That's funny, dude. My guy hit 15K out of the gate. Awesome. That's wild. That's tension relieving and not goal achieving, though. Most people want to leisure. I do not. All right, let's see here. So who are we up against? Oh, Clutch Boy. So this guy's giving away equity. Good for him. Let's see here. All right, dude. Oh. Let's see what you got, dude. Living la vida loca. Right in the truck. I'm like, what? Big pain, huh? We're not playing over there. This guy is doing his thing. This guy spent some money. There's money to be. Wow. You beat these guys. Discussions move down. See, this is fair. Like, Google's starting to move them down the page. Did they already suck up all the content? They're like, we're done with you. Slowly but surely, they start working their way down the page now. Kind of like Medium, remember? Uh, Good. Pain in my cookies, freaking Reddit. Plus, they made it excruciatingly difficult to create new accounts. They started archiving everything. I think archive means Google has completely gotten through the entire site. Took them like 2 years, but oh boy. And then what? Give me 1 second. I don't know as much about Canada as USA, so I just want to take a look at something here. How does this break down? Oh wow, it's a lot of area. Okay, so Toronto is massive. Is that a lot of space? It looks like a lot of space. Ito by Coke. Interesting. Okay. And then Rogue on the other side. So we have Ito by Coke and then Rogue on this side. Okay. Well then. And then Scarborough. What the heck is going on in Canada? No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh, Parkdale Road. Oh, okay. Looks are very deceiving. So from here to here is 26 miles. Looks are very deceiving. See that's why I like, dude. Like when it's like the UK. Like it'd be like this crate. It's different. It's different. Different place, man. So I need to know the lay of the land. So this is not that big of an area. Each of these are broken down. Yorkdale. Hold up, dude. It's all. I need to take a look. Yorkdale. Don't be frustrated. I need to understand the area. Yorkdale, Canada. How do they understand this? Okay, so those are neighborhoods. So these bolds, see, big bolds generally are considered towns, and then the smaller bolds or the light bolds are considered the neighborhoods in America, right? So this is always city, the big. Sometimes it'll be a state, but it will be a bigger. So this would usually be towns, but in this instance, it's a neighborhood of Toronto. Got it. Okay. So, and then this would be like the section or the county. All right, so you might want to break this down a little bit more. So I have to see. Let's go to last piece of information that I'll need before making a decision. Oh, oh. So everything's in Ontario, Scarborough, and then there's Malvern. So Malvern is a neighborhood, which is inside of Toronto. They're in Scarborough, which is like the county, but it's all Ontario in Canada, right? And then it's in the city of Toronto. Got it. Now it's very clear to me. So that would mean that really what I want to do is I want to look this up. Borough. This is fine. Oh, that's USA. Okay. I can go back to this. Yes. Okay. Thank you. And it says Ontario, but for some reason it wants to throw that. That's fine. Oh, because it knows my IP. Okay. All right. So that's a problem. So then that means you have to be hyper specific. So even though that's in there, each of these, these are these. So you would create York, maybe North York, East York, Toronto. That's considered North York. Eticoke. Oh, yep, there's Eticoke. Okay, so York, Scarborough, I would assume. Toronto. So Toronto is really hyper specific. And Toronto, I might need to know this later on, so I don't mind doing this. See, I had a guy we were doing I had like one that I was working on. It was like for hospital beds, right? But it was more of a GBP play. And it's been a year, right? Like I don't know how much has changed. Hospital bed rental Toronto. Number one, baby. And then down here, whoever this guy is, man, this guy knows what he's doing. Anyway, but that guy's a goon, whoever he is. Well, you better get specific. So we need hyper specific. You want to win. So it's hyper specific to the area. We need to win. Oh, this is interesting. See how they're rewarding this? Wow. Dang. On the home page of, oh wow. Look at this right here. This is amazing. I cannot believe that they're putting this front and center. Eric, you have no idea how lucky you are. Eric D. I wonder what this did. I bet you that did numbers. It got something. Wow, that's crazy. Good for him. Thank you. Wow, I never noticed that before. Very long, drawn out answer, but I'll feel very confident when I give it. This guy's the player. He's winning maps. Wait, parachute. Ah, that P threw me off. Canada, simplistic, and then who's this? Search people. So 7. Okay, so this guy. Okay, this guy's doing something. I like this guy right here. This next year. This guy will be number 1. Mark my words. This guy right here. I don't know who it is. I have no idea. But this person right here is up next. That's what they all say. But he really is. He just doesn't know it yet. So let's go take a look. Wow, fancy. You got a cool video in the background. I'll give you that. Very catchy. Very distracting. But can you count? That's the question. Looking good. Stack that. Stacked meta description. Oh, I like where this is going. No information. Oh, you're blocking me. Oh, no, that's not good. Either that or you're not. Or you don't have the meta tag on the page. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So, B, Rage B. You want to do web design. So I think some of the big takeaways here are I'm looking in those areas like Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. And I'm looking to search from those areas. Plus, I'm spoofing my address. You probably don't have to. You're there, right? Who are the winners in each of these areas? Most notably, who's the winner in both sections? Because you're starting at ground zero, right? Like, or at least I think you are. So when we're in this phase, I need to find a blueprint. That's first. Some of the best blueprints to follow is who is already being rewarded in both sections, because both are important. With that being said, really, if you're asking me for tips, that's tip number 1. Who's winning in both? And then we can start deploying on our initial backlinks, our initial structure, the initial areas that we want to target. And then we can start breaking down the pieces of the page and then start breaking or executing out the off page strategy. When we're looking at on page, all right, because the way you formulated the question, you're looking for basic or general tips, but I'm not a basic or general guide, so I'll give you a little bit more. You have to take into account on page. On page is broken down into very basic sections. How many headers? How many? How many headers contain a primary keyword? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? How many headers have a primary keyword? How many headers are there? So how many headers? How many headers are optimized? Next is what is the word count? Then we want to look at what words are being used, most notably how many times. The next piece, we can start looking at 2 and 3 word phrases. All right, you can go back and look at this. We want to start looking at co-occurring keywords. So what words come up when talking about web design? So probably WordPress, CMS, work, brand name is associated, the word website, project, digital, marketing, development. These are perfect. These are not only entities, but co-occurring key phrases. Critical. What words? How many times? All All right. If you can map this out, but it has to be averages across the top, really, you should be taking the top 10. But if you want to take a shortcut, look at the top 3. All right. So average word count, average primary word usage, average primary co-occurring key phrases, what words, how many times, how many headers have a primary key term in it, how many A tags have a primary keyword in it, how many images with an alt text, how many outbound links and where to, what are the trust factors? So words of trust, brand name, consent forms, the ARIA, and then start looking at the technical stack. What are trust elements that the top performers have? What meta tags do they have? Like what tech do they have? What are they built on? What meta verifications do they have? What analytics are they running? Winners all look alike. But we're talking about a website here. So from a digital level, I need to look like a winner. What analytics do they have? What ads are they running? Or at least what ads do they look like they're running? I mean, if I have a Pixel installed, I might be running Facebook ads. Whether you do or you don't, you should be collecting that data anyway. But when Google comes, oh, they have this tag on the page. It's broken down to that minute level is what I guess I'm getting at there. So take a look at that. Have you scanned your site with the web archive? Google's not, there's a cache, but did you scan web archive? Did you scan with web 3? Have you done aggregation submission? Do you have citations? Citations aren't all equal. Like this guy's a player, right? Yeah, he's number 7 right now. Probably when I go and look, it's because he doesn't have the age yet. Once this guy, I personally looking at this, at least in this area, this dude is up next. There is no question. Think about in the SEO space, right? Do you remember when I slipped my mind and it doesn't matter? Plus, it's another brand. And I can't show logos or brands because people get funny. You know, like I don't think about that stuff. I don't look at any. Dude, I would never go out of my way to hinder someone else. I wouldn't even, my brain bandwidth wouldn't even allow it. I would just look past it. Like, people are wild. Anyway, with that being said, hopefully this guy's not. Hopefully he's cool. But Shift 8, I know who this is. Connects, that's a cool name. Weird logo. This is blurry and AI generated. I like how this picture is. It looks real. But in any case, so that's some of the basic stuff. Links, link category. So here, when you're looking at top performers, take them, pull them in. All right. So here. So for instance, for this case in point, we're going to come up here. We're going to take a look at this dude. He's pretty dominant, or they are pretty dominant. That brand is dominant, I should say. I got to get used to saying brand as opposed to a guy or a girl or a person. We'll associate everything to a website. I have to media training. $7.95. Good. I don't care about. I want to know. Online service, info technology, advertising, and online services design. It's very hyper relevant. Like they are an online service. I mean, here's your category of link. So what link graph? Well, if you're going to buy links, they better be in these categories right here. Mass media, that's your PR, like you're going to catch those. Education, they're listed on EDU. They might have informational, like these are always next in line. So your primaries, almost every website that has a blog is going to have, or does a service will have mass media, and every blog should have education links. So all of these make sense. And then computer software, it's not a question to me why these guys are sitting at the top. They're hyper relevant. So there's that. And I'm sure they got their math right. So that's like I'm painting very broad strokes here, but you asked me a very broad general question. The next element that I think I would take a look at, just so you can gauge in your mind time to success. I would, if you're starting a new project, I wouldn't say anything less than 8 to 12 months. But it can be longer based upon what the top performers have. So any new project, like, yes, you'll get small wins, but most people used to say 3 to 6 months. I'd say 8 to 12, right? Like usually it's a year, like a year to really start taking off. And you can watch websites like that start fresh. If you watch Search Console, it'll be nothing, 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 nothing. And then boom, at about the 8 to 12 month mark. All right. Some sites 16 months to take off. All right. But usually 8 to 12 months. But to get a gauge so you don't get your hopes up and you can, your mental expectation, so you can be ready, I would just take a look at a good way to get a gauge or a sense of things. And these guys are selling web design like they're going to be fancy, right? They got all the cool crap going on, as they should. That's their pitch, right? They're pitching. I mean, I've seen better. You know what I mean? I've seen all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, these guys have your basic stuff. They have crap that they rank number one. It looks pretty basic. I mean, this looks like your Cadence or Bricks, but Bricks.io with like the extension. How much you want to bet? Let's take a look. It's WordPress. That means it could be duplicated and replicated. Themes, Parachute, plugins. They're using Link Whisper. Oh, this is interesting. So they have some okay. And then there you go. So all their fancy crap is right here. So anything they can do, we can do better. I could pay someone to do it better than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's WordPress. There's a guy on Fiverr right now for 1/10 of the cost that will do the same exact work faster. Google doesn't care. So that's up to you. This is a good entry point, though, for a lot of other services. 99.9% of businesses I talk to already have a website. And they've already been pitched and sold and resold a new website. And that's the last thing they need is another $2,000 or $5,000 bill to start fresh again. So then I can have my phone ring and wonder why they're not performing. I'd rather just focus on performance. But that's up to you. You know? Like, yeah, I focus. Let's get that phone ringing. Let's see if you can make some coins. But that's personal opinion, but I'm one person's opinion. Design is not where I would allocate dollars when every single person, every service business that you talk to is pressed for dollars. So, if they have 10 or 20 grand to spend, do we want to allocate it towards look, or do we want to look or allocate it towards producing more dollars? It's an easy choice. Links, content, ads, referencing domains, content, ads. That's where the allocation of budget should go. But it's up to the business owner. Next. Here. So when referencing businesses, everybody's playing a lot of the same games. So you come over here, you grab stuff like this right here. Eggs Media, it's a unique name. When searching for businesses, looking for address just like this, we're going to take a look. So that's that. Now we start taking a look here. So look down the list, start curating your master list. All right. I want citations and directories and aggregations that are being rewarded by Google within my industry. So every service that you provide, okay? Everything that you offer. Find their name, find their address, find their service. Each service you do, there's new winners because there's new serves. Each area you go to has new winners because they're new serves. Find those winners, identify their addresses, and start making your master list of directories, citations, foundation links, web 2s, podcast, video, whatever they have. Start making your master list based upon what's being in the forward-facing index. This will be your first essential foundation links to get you into the link graph. Then when you start allocating actual dollars towards backlinks and getting link placements or doing outreach or however you want to look at it, inserts, comments, like I don't care where a link is a link, like Google doesn't care, but the category in which you get that placement, that does matter. And we saw like on that top performer, I didn't go through all of them, but online service, advertising, mass media, education, and design. Easy peasy. Those are hard categories to get into. Not advertising, not marketing, not mass media or education, but design. Those are tough. Design specific domains are hard to get. Trust me. You're going to struggle with that one. But that's that. And we painted broad strokes. You do a couple of those things there. Like identify the primary keywords, identify the primary areas. That will identify my service location pages. Identify the service that I want to double down on. Great. This will allow me to allocate my time and resources towards one service section and an area. That means I can allocate all my time, all my resource, all my budget towards the thing that makes money in the area that makes the most money. Great. You just beat 99% of your competition because they want to do everything. Right? So focus is critical. I know your mind will work faster than your hands. But welcome to the hustle. What's left? Talked about links, content, overall very basic optimization, primary links to get foundational links. I also covered certain things like social, podcast, blogs. Like I said, those certain specific types that you're looking for. So you go create those. Like when you look at this and I put this address in, like I'm disgusted that my guy's not sitting here. Like why Egg Boy isn't sitting right here at this address is unacceptable. Like when I look up this address, my name better be here. And I don't care if this is in a flippin', this dude's selling space here. There's 217 here. This guy sold 200 units. My gosh, who owns this building? I want to shake that guy's hand. I heard he's got a boat. Probably got 2 boats, right? He sold 200 units at 120 a month. My God, I'd like to shake his hand. But yeah, that's that. All right, I love you guys. I'm out of here. Hopefully it helps you out, brother. All right, rage. Don't rage too much, but rage a little. Yo. Probably. Yeah, it's yes. But I mean, I'm probably gonna chop out the first parts. I'm gonna make it into yes. Yeah, I'll leave it up. I mean, it's a stream. I'll leave it up. I wrote down my website above. These guys' messages would love to know what I need to do and what I'm doing. $19 is good. I was trying out YouTube for a bit, but I got bored. Uh-oh. Yes. I know. It's so you only got bored because the outcome didn't come as fast as you thought it would. That's why catching initial wins is critical for almost every endeavor that you pursue. And you have to be accepting upon the very small wins. I don't know what your goal was, but this one, the board one, whatever you wanted didn't happen. I don't know if it was dollar, but like if you hit 15K on that first hit, like if views was the thing that you wanted, like that's good for a first one. But yep. Yep. And yeah, anyway, I like SEO way better, so cool by me. It's way at the top. So you do have a site. Oh, well, good. I'm already invested now. I've been thinking about you now for a while. That doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. What's the site name? Put it back in again, dude, if you're here. If not, I'm going to go to bed. But I'm pot committed now, so let's keep it rolling. We were painting very broad strokes here before. You put it in here? Where are you? Where are you, dude? Ba-da-da. It's Rocky Web Design, okay. I'm looking for you. I'm going up. You did not put it in here, dude. I went through them all. Maybe you did. I'm not calling you a liar, but I didn't see it. So throw that bad boy in here again and we'll take a look together at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God. Bro, I gotta go to bed, dude. Oh my God. When I show up, I go into my bed. They're gonna be like, what? She's gonna be like, what were you doing, bro? The guy said, yo, I'll be right back. I got an hour stream. I'll be right back. It's 4 a.m. now. Oh my God. That's hysterical. What's even more funny is there's 39 other people here with me, so I don't feel bad. But where are you guys from? That's the question. You see it now. Not sure why it doesn't show the message. Oh, are you typing like .com or .org? Don't make it a hyperlink because I block those out because, well, we're on the internet and there's a lot. These lunatics will be putting all kinds of domains in here, right? Like just randoms, and we can't have that. So, if I have my domain pass through Cloudflare, does it affect? Site is strict for Polish customers. Does it affect? Well, I mean, it's a reverse proxy, and you're serving it only to Polish customers. That's why there's href lang. So you're routing the traffic through a reverse proxy. Like Google isn't necessarily a fan of that. So yeah. Tervua.com. Oh my goodness gracious. LOL. So you are a male, I see. Oh, you're funny, dude. All right. I don't think an LOL would. Yeah. Okay, anyway, moving forward. All right, dude. What was it now? You sidetracked me there with your mishap. Web Design Toronto is the page after the domain. Tervua. Oh, that name's got to go, dude. All right? Like, that's tough. You know, I had a domain. It was close to my name, but it was missing all kinds. Like, it didn't flow. Like, Tervua. Oh, wait. Is this like French? Because it's Canada, right? So maybe that rolls off the tongue in Canada. I don't know. Don't listen to me. Because I remember, isn't it like French? Oh, you know what? I was working. I did work on a project actually in Montreal. A couple of them actually. Yeah. but nothing in this kind of space. TURVUA. 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 Bro. Time for bed, but I'm willing to do this for you. TURVUA. Oh, you liked it? And I noticed that you like these colors, eh? You like these purples and blues? You like this color combination, huh? I see. 5 days. Is purple your favorite color? Or do you like this color because of Hermosi? Or Spotify? Like, this color is relatively popular at this moment. I think, who knows? Who knows? It doesn't matter. But generally, we're always inspired by things that we see. Very basic. I like basic, by the way, sometimes. Uh, hmm. Oh. Oh. Dude. Um, just we're friends at this point, right? What I would not do is you made two templates, right? And here, wait, it's going to change. Your front loading, this one, this is the same template of your site. So the showcase, you're already showcasing it on your own site. Like, just because I changed the photo, like, clients are smart, dude. Like, you gotta move. You gotta, is it a redesign or did you swap some pictures out? You know what I'm saying? So either way, doesn't matter. These are opinions. Oh Lord. Why? Why'd you do this to us? Why? Why? Why, bro? Why? So, all right. So, am I on Canada? So, this is 301ing. Why are you 301ing me? Web Design Toronto. Okay. And then I have a top level page called Web Design. Okay, gotcha. All right, Google is rewarding you. And they are, okay, beautiful. Okay. And then on my top level page, I see you're going to add these others. Got it. Oh no. Well, redesign. Okay, redesign and web design are the same. I like, why dilute? So that's a problem, dude. So like, if I have a web design, like if I look up Toronto web design, all right, Poovy, Search Boy, Pixel Carve. See, I knew it. This guy's on his way, man. This is the guy right here. Mark my words. Look at, he's even got the. Yeah. This guy knows what's up, man. I like this guy. Canadian boy, there's eggs. Okay. And then if I do redesign. This one changed to a informational page, a best of, so we could talk about more. But same players, same pages for the most part. Dandelion, same player. Top level page, different sort order. But redesign and design mean the same thing. So what we don't want to have is two separate pages. So get rid of this. Just utilize this variation within your web design page. Also, I going after an entire country. Canada is not as large as America, but covering the whole country could potentially be a disservice, right? So I don't know if I'd go for Canada. Like, just go after these areas. Um. So yeah, and then also here's another piece. Yeah, like don't go. I like the. I like going for Canadian, but where specifically? And then, do you have a GBP associated to this? No, not yet. Oh, oh, same color combination. Is this you, dude? Is this you? Abdu Tori? Is this you? It's odd that this is coming up to you. You know this guy? Or is it because he's saying web design Toronto within his video somewhere? An offer doc. Is this you? Wait, why do I hear other sounds? Interesting. You didn't add the re. Uh, no? Including results for. I mean, they're even. I I would separate them. This is a different player. It might have been down the list. This guy is in there. Different sort order. I'll give you this. But same players, different sort order. So, I mean, hey, it's up to you. It's always up to you, my friend. And who is this guy? You know this guy? Is this you? Good offer. Oh, it's fun. Yo, you want to know what was good? Like, get yourself, like, go to some of these, like, top. Pretend you're a law firm, right? And reach out to some of these firms and see what you get back, dude. Like, they send, like, some crazy, beautiful, cool stuff, man. Like, cool PDFs. They go hard. uh, hey, for 10 racks a month, I'd go hard too. Why not? Anyway. All right, I'll hurry up because I'm ready for bed. It's 4:21. I mean, it's time. And okay, I'm ready for bed. But here, let's state this. Canada's. I think you're going a lot too. You're going way too broad. Also, on top of that, it's one page, one idea, one topic. Right. So I'm seeing multiple topics found within the same page. I doubt that these are co-occurring. Maybe they are, but I don't want to throw off the density of the page. Next, looking at this page, I'm going to go over here to Toronto. Where is she? She's down here. Okay, here. Let's go here. Let's go here. And let me just take a look at something here quick. Yeah, I think SEO and web design, they go together. I think that might be right. That local one threw me off, though. But maybe that was just because it was top level. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. So this section you've added, I mean, it looks pretty. Okay. This, here, let me show you something. If I want to win Web Design Toronto, right? Let me point something out to you. Let's grab this guy. Open. Take this. This is the page that's beating us. Let's go to the web archive first and foremost. And let's set expectations briefly here. All right. So 9. All right. What is that? 12. 14. All right. Internal page. Great. Is that the page that's ranking? Oh, I like that. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Okay. I like that. Oh, I like that. Let's move forward. Keep going here. I got one more. I need one more. Okay. So 3 is 11. Is there any hiccups? A little hiccup here. Oh, a redesign. Oh, let's change CMS because we want a faster format. Let me take a look at something here quick. Simplistics. Let me guess. Is that the time in which that you changed? Where did you change from? I doubt it. Something happened. They're down for a minute. Too much time here. Maybe sold off. Bunch of new content produced. Lots of crawls. This is also the time in which Google was making a lot of changes. And I think that something happened. So, yeah. You might have a chance. Let me take a look at this guy here. See, this guy threw us off, but query deserves diversity. Or my mistake, this one here. Query deserves diversity, right? So with that being said, we go back to our blended SERPs. So this could be the player that they chose. I like that this date is here. It's a blended SERP. It's an info. It's best of. And I don't know if that's a directory or what. I don't really know Canada that well. I'd have to look. But that's QDD, and you might get lucky. But what you'll notice is those best of pages, they'll fluctuate in and out of the SERPs unless it's like a Yelp or a Manta, MapQuest. Sometimes you'll see you'll see different pages taking that particular slot depending on the search query. So like you can maybe play that game and you might pop in there, but we don't want to rest our business on that. So with that being said, all except for one have been sitting in the SERP for more than 10 years. Right? We can agree on this. I don't think that this is a coincidence. Like the top player was there since 2009, and then it went right down the list. We had a 2011. One player had an internal page that was brought out in 2022, which still that one's a best of, and that's the diversity of the SERP. But every other player is super new. Let's take a look at this guy. And okay, so authority still nonetheless. Okay, so they just added this. Their authority is outrageous. Ah, and so it is. So to get hyper specific, they added more. Plus, they could get away with this, but the web design page is since birth, essentially, and they are getting lots of crawls. So that means lots of hyperlinks pointing to their website, which would initiate a crawl with this particular company. There are certain links that can lead to more crawls, and I'm not saying that that's important. More links are, but it's not a coincidence that sites that get more crawls generally rank better. Uh, could there be something to do with the links that they're receiving or the category of links, or is there particular seed sets of links that just end up getting me better results over time? Perhaps. Just saying. Anyway, um, you know, I don't realistically and honestly like I think you're not going to see this first couple results for a significant period of time. I think like definitely put this page up and let it start aging, but there's you know a year plus of work here. Um, like you would have to get everything right plus not make any mistakes, and in 2 years from now you'll be sitting up here realistically. But you could get lucky, you know. Like you can hit these positions. Google might change the SERP up. You might get a video or a featured video or a podcast or an AI, or maybe you can get into the map pack. Like there's other enhancements or possibilities, but organic ranking for this term, years. You got some time. So, and you have a brand new asset. Like it's 8 to 12 months before you even start to play ball. Like you could probably hit top of page 2 with getting your SEO right, but the only thing you can't beat is that clock, my friend. So there's that. But with that being said, in order to get yourself into position, I see another huge deficit here. So I want to rank in Toronto. But the vast majority of this page, like I have 35. Are you kidding me? Okay, no. $11. Um, so 11 isn't that deep. All right. So 21 is 22. 9 is 29. 34. And I might have miscounted. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, so bear with me, sir. Remember, I do this all day. Ah, I was right. I knew it. I was thinking this mofo was here. Like, I didn't know if it was a company or a directory, but they were QDD and like it's informational, but it's a best of. And I was like, I'm not sure. It might be, search engine people. Like, I wasn't sure. Like, they're the search engine people, but are they a directory of their brands? Or another very interesting strategy that I saw, I was visiting was it the Philippines or India? It was Thailand, the Philippines, or India. It was one of these places, and I met a gentleman. He had a site just like this. It was a directory style site, very similar to this, but every single site was his, and it was actually also a PBN. And it was a very interesting setup. I mean, it was very similar. Like, it all looked authentic. It was, dude, it was perfect. It looked just like this, and like you wouldn't even know, but like these styles and colors are, you know, very soft. Well, a couple of them stand out differently. This might be authentic, but anyway, doesn't matter. This is one that's diverse. Wait a second. I'm gonna give you. I'll give you. I just want to see how you're doing. 34, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. And this is a newer page. Oh gosh. You got one more player here. Oh. 49. That's 89, 91, 92. So 92. 92, 102, 103, 110. Okay. Okay. And you, my friend, are... Okay, so you're... Okay. So, in my opinion, I think you're over by about 15 to 17 headers. You have too many zones within the page. I would work on that. Next thing. I'm just going to look at one because I'm just curious, but give me 1 second here. Holy cannolis. My lord. Well, I guess with that much word. Wow. Oh, wowza. Oh, yowza. Oh, wow. Here, wait 1 second. Hold up. And yeah, get this guy out of here. Let's see here. 7. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Better get her out here. $45, $65. Yee. All right. Where's my boy at? Here, let's take a look at this. Yeah, you're off. So, oh Lord, this is not going to work out, brother. So, okay, next thing is, so I have too many zones within the page. So like 14, 15 more headers than should be there. And then the next thing is I have half of the word count that should be there. So that's a problem. I mean, if, and I'm only looking at the average. I mean, I think there's one more step involved that I won't get into, but just looking at the average, and I only took the average of 3 players that look like me. Really, I need the average of every page on page 1, but for sake of time, I'm just looking at 3 of the players just to get a quick answer. So, but still though, like, I need double the word count. On top of that, I need to shrink the amount of headers. And then just looking at, let's just take a look at this phrase, web design Toronto. Now, any co-occurring key phrase, any person, place, or thing that would mean web design or Toronto, all right, plus primary keywords or variations, entities, or co-occurring key phrases, especially within the top 20 or 30 words, depends on how deep you want to go. How many times are they saying it? And then what are those words? Just for fun, let's just take a look at primary key phrases, all right? So web or website, design in Toronto, and CA or Canada. Just those 3, okay? Let's take a look at the number 1 winner. So here's web, website, development, and design. So bang, 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 co-occurring key phrase 40 times. So 142 on the high end. So let's just look at web and design. So 122. And then website 80. And this person's probably saying it the least. Yep, a dub. It reads like a book, doesn't it? 1, 2, and 3, right? Also, the age is a factor, oldest to youngest. And then on top of that, overall optimization, best to worst. Now, the sort order changed because I took out some of the directories and other sites, but let's just look at the clear winner here. So looking at word usage, now here's us. Not even in the ballpark. Then when we start looking down our list here, local, hey, I love local. But co-current website, web, 18 times. So that's in my H1. Web and design. So in the H1, so that's optimization of the page. That's what we're showing to users. What I'm getting at here is the word density, even for the most important, so the primary term, is massively under. Word count is off, header count is off, header optimization is off. If primary term is off, co-occurring key phrase and entity word usage is off. Primary header optimization is probably off. I'll look at another key zone for you. These are things to break down to be a winner. But let's take a look at this. This. You don't have to use this tool. This one's also really sick. All right. Actually, I like this one more, but I saw, to be honest with you, this young lady here, I was using her tool before she started promoting, and I really liked it. And I saw that she had a little thing here she was promoting. I don't know her. I don't, but I figured, you know what? I like your tool so much, I'll still use it, even though you're trying to sell something. Just because I like it. Because I'm a nice guy. Right? And I wish you the best, and I hope you win. And plus, I've been using your tool, and I love it. We actually duplicated it, but I felt bad. So I just kept using hers. Like, we just duped this. Like, we downloaded the CRX file. And I was like, all right, rip out all these logos and all this stuff, and we're just going to use a blank basis. And there's a couple of them in the Chrome store as we speak that are literally duplicates, and I don't know who put them there, but I decided not to do that. So you're welcome, Mr. or Mrs. Syrup. I think it's a lady, though. So here, I want to point something out to you. So we're looking at a winner here. You got the word count. We went over those optimization zones. Now take a look at this. Let's take a look down this page here. Now, I don't know what the percentage is. And I primarily focus on the United States. This is true. And yes, the servers are relatively different in Canada than here. I get it. However, and these people are doing it too, and I see. But they have 3 headers that are formulated into a question format. Okay? But even though they're a question, like, let's just take one of them. I noticed that they're related to brand, not service. This is their homepage. Homepage is basically there to emphasize their brand, who they are, what they do, and where they're at. So even though the About Us or Meet the Team page or the Facts page would be supporting content to the homepage, and that would be in an ideal situation, but these are web designers, not SEOs. I get it. And they have a very low amount of question answer, so it's probably not going to throw off the intent of the page. However, if you take a look at this, okay, you're answering questions that would either A, go on your Facts or Meet the Team, About Us, or Contact page, and B, you're also formulating questions within your homepage that are supporting content to services. So when you're an authority, because that's what Google's going to reward, the trusted expert that's an authority, right? If that's who you are, that's what you are, because you're selling. right? So that means you believe in your service, you're an expert, you can execute for said business owner. Then these aren't questions and answers. These are statements about your company or the services you provide. It's all about the syntax and the sentiment of this page. So I think that this would throw off the intent of the page. And I do believe that this page would struggle, not due to just the question mark itself, but the way the content is laid out. It doesn't match the intent. Okay. And I know this is your homepage and I clicked the button, but still. And did you? No, you didn't. And it's across the board. Oh, goodness gracious. I would get rid of this section. I think it belongs on an FAQ section. And you did say, hey, I just launched this. So I'm sure you're about to fix that. But when you do, keep that in mind. Also, like this redesign and web design, they're the same thing. You may dispute me on this. However, I'm indifferent or impartial. It's always what Google says. And when I did a search, Google showed me the same exact players, same pages in different sort order. Sort order is based upon numerous factors. Uh, Backlinko seems to think that there's 200 factors. I think there's several thousand different factors that are calculated multiple times per day, dozens of times per week, hundreds maybe, thousands perhaps. So with that being said, take a look at that. And I'm going to bed. I love you. I could pull out lots more deficits and set you up, but what we went over right now, basic overall structure, looking at the word counts, the density, primary optimization of headers, A tag usage, internal linking usage, unique content usage, co-occurring keyword usage, um, being hyper specific on locality, being hyper specific on my brand and what I do and where I do it, my expertise being hyper specific, like focus in on where the coins are. And let me give you one more piece of hard learned advice personally when I see this. Um, I used to, when I've had lots of sites actually, but one of them that I had, Chris Palmer SEO or Chris Palmer Marketing, or it was CHRS PLMR, one of them, right? I had pages up for like New York SEO, New York SEO expert, SEO expert Chicago, SEO expert Los Angeles, SEO in like every flippin' city. Page one, I have videos. If you go back in the videos that I have, like, dude, I was across the board for broad terms, right? And I would spend time optimizing and getting them up. And yeah, I was cool for bragging rights or whatnot internally, right? Like, oh, hey, like, these are supposed to be the best in the world. And like, we're getting up there with nothing. But at the end of the day, like, let's just say, like, if you were in LA or in New York City, you're on page one. And for a period of time when I cared, like, we were even like number one, number two for like SEO expert New York, like good ones that would have search volume and CPC. I think Chicago was probably a really good one too. Not just SEO, but it was like SEO expert. Like there was a variant, not the hardest terms. But what I'm getting at is when I went for broad terms, yes, impressions and visitors would increase, but actual business would cease until we made a massive shift. Now, shifts would include veering away from name and running ads specifically towards niche, and having partnerships in niches where your name, it's running with them, but the big takeaway is the niching. So if you are doing web design, SEO, and social media management, these are three categories of marketing. Okay. Where is the dollars? Okay. And then Who do you do these things for? And that's what I would run with. Like, there's no possible way you could be an expert at design, SEO, redesign, and social. And it's not even IG. You said social as in broad, right? Everyone has automation tools. So, like, what is your specialty as far as the vertical? And then what is your specialty as far as the niche? Service businesses like such as that we're in are commodities. Like, like here, like even in your own SERP here. Like, look at this. Let's go over here. How many players? And you're going to say, yeah, but I'm not, like, look at this. Look at this. Pages. There's a trillion of them, front and center. And this, I could browse more, right? So right here is what? 2, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 20. There's 30 players. I could find more and have tens of thousands, right? This dude's doing it for $25 an hour. Here's a 20 an hour guy, right? And I get it. You're not a 20 an hour worker. You're doing great work, right? You know SEO, you can do social, you can impact their business. I get it. But to command that dollar, there has to be a specialty. Because if I'm just getting in line and I'm doing everything, then you line up at these rates. And dude, I did it. I did lots of it on forums. Like, I had multiple accounts again too. Like, if you look back at the past videos, dude, I had hundreds of sales, level 2, level 1 on Fiverr, dude. Emails and emails and emails and emails and forum updates, like blackout world out the wazoo. Like, I did it, and that's how I know. Like, it's complete and utter madness. Pick a vertical, pick your niche, and then stay in your lane, and focus. If you can, it will be very difficult. So pick one of these. Web design's cool, but that's like the gateway to these things, right? But you have to have your way in too. Like, how are they going to find you? How are they going to lead into you? So you want the lowest common denominator. What's the path of least resistance in order to get them in the door, right? So I can showcase expertise and show how I can build rapport and showcase how you can actually impact their business. And then you can offer them, okay, hey, you know what? We run ads, 10% retainer on top of what we're already doing. Hey, did you know we do social? The best sale you'll get is from somebody you've already sold, right? It's a slam dunk. It's an automatic yes once you show them value. So I would focus on one. So that way, when you first get those customers, because that's the hardest thing too. Like, as you get customers, when you're at that low price point, you can always go down, but you can't go up, right? You can, but it's harder. So I want to establish a relatively high price point because you're the expert in a particular field. I'm just saying. Yeah. And one last piece of information. Like, I don't know if you have the program there, but let me see. Chiropractor Toronto. I'm just going to use that. I don't know if you have guarantee there. But somebody you don't want to compete with is Google. So if you're going to pick a niche, I would identify niches that Google doesn't own, because that's a factor that is coming out of your budget. And the factor is hey, it's pay to play. And that has to come out of the marketing dollars. If 10% of their overall revenue is going to go to marketing, and part of that 10% is SEO. And in order for me to have the best success with SEO, I have to pay Caesar what's Caesar's. Then that's coming out of my budget. That's less service that I can provide. Because I need to see that. Because why? Because the winners are doing that and they're getting traffic, referral traffic from Google or guaranteed or ads. So it's mandatory for the SEO to work because that's what the players are doing. So just factor these things in, my friend. And I wish you the best. I'm going to bed. I love you, dude. I wish you the best. 19, huh? Oh, here, I got another piece. The more stress, the more anxiety, and the harder something is, the more it's worth. So you want to run towards problems, not away. The more trouble you cause yourself, the more monetary return you'll receive. Because if you're in the service business, that's all you're doing. Hey, how much trouble can I take off of you, business owner, and we'll take care of it for you. And then in exchange, that's value exceeds cost. I'm going to take away your problem for X dollars. So the harder, the more, always. So when you pick your vertical, make sure it's a hard one. So anyway, you have a good day, man. Good luck to you. But Toronto web design, I mean there's no possible chance. All the players are freaking 10 years old, man. You know? I didn't even go and count up links. Like you can match and mirror all of the on page. Like we could spank them 10 out of 10 times on page. Right? And you could probably spank them for a tenth of the cost on off page. Where I can't beat them is their time to market, right? And their patience. Like they've been in the marketplace longer. Now there's cheats, but you never know what Google's going to do tomorrow. So you never want to build anything on a cheat because then it always gets stripped away. So good luck to you, brother, and you have a good day. And I'm going to sleep. Oh my God, I can't believe it's 5 a.m. I love you guys. No results. We're different besides shoot. I appreciate the feedback. Okay, and they might be different. Oh, you're hung up on that one, huh? I'm going to have to go and see. Let's see together. All right, sir? So we're going to go to Ontario. We'll change this to CA. And come up here and hit enter. Okay. Now, we're going to go here. Website redesign Toronto. I'm going to even put the modifier in there, including results for. So Google's saying search only for. Okay. So even Google wanted to put them together. Now let's do website design Toronto. Okay. So very persistent. I think you said it 4 times. Let's take a look together. All right. Web Desk Solution. Okay. Web Design Company. Web Design Toronto. Toronto Web Design. Well, this one already looks different. So I stand WSI Comedex. Internal page, top page, design page. Ninja Promo. Interesting. Ninja Promo. Something about that ninja name I like. Consensus Creative. Okay, hey. I stand corrected, kind sir. You may be able to. Oh, yeah. Connects. Search boy. Search boy is good. Who's this? Okay. All right, man. You're correct, sir. They are wildly different. I apologize. I had to see it. I can't believe it. I'm very happy we went back and checked. I'm sorry, dude. You have a great rest of your night. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. You have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go to bed now. And learn more from you today than the top university. GN Starducks. Good night, brother. Appreciate your time. Maybe facts should be H4s. No. I wouldn't include the facts within the page. If if you want to give that answer, just make it as a statement. Just note, like, if you're selling a service and you're on a high commercial intent page, this isn't a question answer. Like, if it's a true question that deserves an answer, a thoughtful answer, and it's going to support a service, then it needs to be structured in that manner. Meaning, web design / how much does web design cost? This isn't something that I want to ask and answer. Within the high commercial intent page. Man, I heard like noise. I love you guys. I'm out of here. I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. I'll see you. Hey, Marksum, thank you. Starducks, thank you for engaging. Raged B, thank you so much. Midolls, my friend, thank you for showing up and engaging. GBP, but it's new and bad at the moment. All right, no, it's no issue. The internet templates, they did look similar though. You have to admit, I'm just busted though. That's a website I made, and they're doing well. Phenomenal. They're all going to do well. No matter what. I think it's just time. As long as you can be patient enough, you'll always find success. As long as you're better than yesterday, then it's always a win. You know? It ain't French. And all right, sir. Do you also work with ads? If no, why not? It's guaranteed first. That is true. Yeah. Productizing ads is interesting. You can productize the setup, but every customer really wants managed. It's not my expertise. I've kept my mouth shut. Like for the last 7 months, like I went through like courses, trainings. I went through Google stuff. I almost have the ad spend to be considered. What is it? Is it verified? Like I almost have the ad spend enough. So yeah, soon enough. I'm not going to open my mouth unless I know it inside and out and I can cash all the objections, aka have all the rebuttals. I know the answers because I've thought about it. Like SEO, like I'm relatively confident I could pretty much answer everything within reason, you know? But yeah, I don't feel confident with A, selling more than setups, and B, teaching ads yet. But very, very soon. And yeah, I can't pronounce this, but thank you for taking the time to engage with us and learn with us. South Charlotte, of course. Yep, I thank you all so much. I appreciate your time. If you, it's the end. I mean, if you're here right now, here's what's going on. So, Grey Hat SEO. So this is the agency. my brother, Michael, we all partnered up. We're building an agency very slowly. Purposely, I've learned lessons over the course of time. So primarily, we're focusing on maps, Google Business Profile Management, and just maps, GBP right now. We'll start offering media rooms, bulk, like PR, maps, design, PBN builds outs, but slowly, one service at a time, and then wrapping teams around it. I already have the team built out to pretty much execute everything, but I want to make sure the processes, everything works fluidly. Alongside of that, of course, if you scroll down just a little bit, there's a little head here, right? Well, this is the mastermind. So as we're building out teams, I'm learning other lessons. What we're doing here is free your downloads. So you can feel free to get downloads here. Um, usually I like to give away something cool in exchange for an email, right? Just like I'm a marketer at heart, right? Trainings, but these are specific trainings. I don't like big, broad training. Okay. SEO tests. This is the primary focus. Is we do mini tests. Not all of them are here. I think there's 1,000 listed. But we have thousands of individual tests. So there's that. And then obviously there's coaching and testing masterminds. So 2 separate masterminds. It's about to be one at one price, low cost. So I can just double down and focus on the testing. And then I'm sitting on my hands right now. I'm not going to run yet, but there's others on the way. As far as like training and education, it's going to be baked in. Same with this, like the forum. There has to be another local forum, but is open. And when I say open, just the white hat's covered, but I like to chat about everything. Free thinkers, right? Original free thinking is what I aim for. So a more open place, like a black hat world, but we don't want to go cross over the line, right? We want to stay on the line. I like the line. So there's that. And then last but not least, of course, chrispalmer.org. Simple, easy, one page. Consultation or services. Curious of what type of service? Well, you click this little button here, and there's a delicious menu, as my friend Craig Campbell would say, or better yet, the all service menu. Everything from journalistic, right? Like, did you ever want a Guardian link, a BBC link, stuff like that? We have it. Website, your basic stuff, everything that you could possibly think of for a website is here for the most part. And that's it. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. That's way too many ums. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Have a great day. And I'll see you then. Good day, good night, goodbye. Well, not goodbye. I'll see you tomorrow.